I've returned again. Returned again. The closer you get, the further I fall. You know that? No, you didn't. The closer you get, the further I fall. I'll be over the edge now in no time at all. Hold on, I'm looking for something. See how much better it was when there was a nice song playing and you could listen to a nice song. Now you can stare at the fucking ceiling and you can just wait until I'm ready, until I find what I'm looking for. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for. There's a lot to discuss. I don't even know where to begin. Junie finally came out of the shadows and responded to me after I unblocked him. I've had him blocked for weeks. I unblocked him. And he's got even worse. He's become even worse. These liberals are unhinged. And it's getting worse. And it's gonna get a lot worse with these liberals. Junie spent the whole day telling me how violent the right wing is and how they're more violent than the left. He kept using debunked statistics. Every time I told him that's been debunked and proved to him that stuff's been debunked, he didn't care. He just kept saying it. He's radicalized. He's radical, full radical. Did you think I was going to be nice about this? Did you think? What'd you think I was going to say when you shot him dead? What'd you think I was going to say to you? You think I was going to say, let's have unity now. Let's be friends now. No. There is no unity as long as you're cheering. Not only are you still cheering for Charlie Kirk being shot, but today they were celebrating the Luigi guy because the charges got dropped, which isn't, I don't even, that's so crazy that they dropped some of the charges against him. And the judge said that the reason he shot, the judge said this shit. The judge said the reason he shot that guy was to like raise awareness about healthcare. It's just like, we got a problem in this country, and I'm not going to pretend we don't. I've been talking about this for a while now. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to change up my tune. That's not happening. You don't kill somebody and then say, okay, everybody calm down now. No. No. That's not how it works, guy. My girl put, I'll show it to you in a minute. My girl put stickers on the thing and they glow in the dark. And when you turn the lights out and it's spinning, it's like a circle. I'll show you in a minute. You gotta let the light charge the sticker up for a little bit though. It looks pretty cool when you turn the light on. I didn't fart, but if I did, I would say I did, because I don't care. But that wasn't me. Heard somebody in your house farting. First, Junie pretended that it was a right-wing guy. The other day, he was on his Twitter pretending it was a right-wing guy. And now that they can't really do that now because the evidence is so clear and it's out there. And I mean, they just look really stupid pretending it's a right-wing guy. Now they're, what are they saying now? They're, well, the left is, the right wing is more violent. I've never seen anything like this in my life. That's how I know we have a serious problem, because the reaction to it. I'm not surprised. Actually, I'm not shocked by anything happening. I'm not shocked by the reaction. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm shocked. I've been talking about it for years. I've been saying it was coming. The reaction is so insane. I mean, it's just so crazy. And it's the third time in the last year that they've either killed someone or tried to kill someone and then celebrated it afterwards. This is a problem. This is a serious fucking problem, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's a right-wing problem. Oh, the right-wing people have the same problem. No, they don't. If they did, we'd be seeing violence right now. We would see rioting. We would see all kinds of shit. We don't. If the right wing is so much more violent, why aren't we seeing violence right now? Nobody can answer that. Where's the violence? Shouldn't we see a ton of it right now? If a prominent leftist was killed, they'd riot about it. 100% they would. They rioted over a fucking drug addict criminal. They didn't tell me they ain't gonna riot over just a guy that said things that people didn't like and they shot him. I better not hear no more about Nazis or fascism or any of this bullshit. Because that's the shit that caused it. So if you continue that bullshit, don't try to tell me that, I've learned my, like Paul, I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to call people Nazis anymore. Yeah, I bet. If some right-wing guy, I mean, Junie was trying to blame me for the El Paso shooting a couple of years ago. What's that got to do with me? I love how they try to, like, bullshit you, gaslight you, and then they just, when none of that works, they resort to stupid shit like fucking, well, what about the shooting a couple years ago and the guy shot the people in the store? And yeah, okay. Find me celebrating that. Find me defending that. Find me making excuses for it. Find me lying about it. You can't. There's a clear difference between me and you. All you liberals are violent. You're capable of violence. I've been saying it for a long time. I've been watching you all year, burning people's cars and going crazy. Now you've killed a guy. It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. They think violence is acceptable. They think it's an acceptable form. And matter of fact, now that I think about it, I remember a conversation with Paul during BLM where he said something like that violence was acceptable. Now, he'll never admit it now, but I remember someone, either him or Junie or somebody saying that in here. They think they got the right to kill you because you disagree with them. And then after they kill you, they slander you with lies. When people make a painting of you, they vandalize the painting. They draw all over it. Scribble Nazi all over it. Everybody's seeing this behavior. Keep going. Everybody's watching you. Double down on it like you're doing. Keep going. This is how I know you guys have lost your mind, because you have no sense anymore about anything. You don't even know how bad you look right now. You're so delusional. You think you don't understand the country's looking at you in horror. The country's looking at you as a bunch of dangerous lunatics, and you're downplaying what happened. You're lying about what happened. It's a mess. You're showing everybody you can't take no accountability. Nobody's, people are asking you to hold your side accountable and knock the rhetoric off, and you won't do it. Instead, you're going, well, the right wing is more. You're playing this whataboutism. You're trying to have a political debate. Read the room. Nobody wants to debate you. They want an apology. They want you to change your ways. And if you will not change your ways, then we need to use the legal system and the government to deal with you people. We're not going to let you roam the streets and kill us. It's not happening. So you can knock the shit off and you can act like a normal person, or I'm telling you right now, eventually, and I've said this years ago, the government's going to take every goddamn right you have. Your political party will be outlawed. You will be shunned from society. You laughed when I first said that. You ain't laughing now, are you? Now you're getting scared. You're not scared enough to renounce the leftism, though. You're not scared enough to just say, enough of this. I'm not a leftist anymore. No. So when they kill someone else, know that you had an opportunity to back away from this, and you decided to keep riding on that train. And that train's going off a cliff. I keep telling you this. I've been telling you this for years. Your party is violent. It is full of mentally ill lunatics. It is full of depressed people who have no hope for the future. They have no children. They are fucking completely brainwashed and indoctrinated into this shit. And they are going to kill people. They've already done it. They will continue to do it. And eventually society is going to get so sick of it that they are going to have to crack down on it. I don't know why people want to keep arguing with me. I told you this was going to happen. You still want to argue with me? Like, I don't know what I'm talking about. Now I'm telling you what's going to happen to you if you keep on. And you're going to keep on. You're just going to keep doing it. They're like, I can't believe people are still talking about this. What are you talking about? Delusional. You don't know how bad this is. You don't know the significance of what you did. But you'll learn. You'll learn over time how significant it was. You think everyone was just going to move on and quit talking about it? What are you talking about? We're not moving on. I'm not moving on until I see people like Destiny and Hassan get arrested because they deserve to go to prison for inciting violence. And there's tons of clips of them pushing for violence, outright saying that right-wing people need to be killed. There are clips of it. Destiny thinks you need to use violence to stop Republicans from speaking. He said that. He said Republicans need to be scared of talking. Well, that's terrorism. He's advocating for terrorism. I want people in jail for this shit. Enough. And I want more than just the shooter. It wasn't just the shooter. It was people like Hassan, Destiny, the media that pushed this bullshit. And it's time to hold them accountable. It's time to lock some so-called journalists up and let the liberals cry. Who gives a shit if they... I've been saying it all year. Who cares? You're worried about these people getting offended and upset and crying. They're killing you. You idiots. You want to keep playing fair with people who want to kill you. I told you when they shot Trump, I'm done. I'm done with all this bullshit. These people got to pay a price. They got to either renounce this leftist bullshit, or I'm going to assume you're with these people. You're my enemy. You're violent. You're dangerous. I don't want you around me. Get away from me, lunatic. I didn't shoot nobody, and I won't be lectured by you about violence. Never committed any, never been arrested, never advocated for it. You're not lecturing me about violence when your people went out and shot a guy, and you're still pushing lies and that bullshit rhetoric. You're still doing it. Who are you to lecture anybody? You're the problem. You are the problem. Oh, no, I'm not crying. I'm speaking the truth. And one day your dumb leftist ass is going to realize it. You're going to look around and realize, damn, that motherfucker was telling me the truth. But I was too stupid to realize it. And you'll have nobody to blame but yourself. And it's exactly what you people deserve. Because you people are evil people. You're horrible human beings. And you prove it every single day. You even prove it now. You even prove it now with your insensitive bullshit words. This idea that people shouldn't be angry, they shouldn't be upset when you just murdered a guy is hilarious to me. It shows you have no humanity. You're not a human being to me. You people don't act like a human being. You act like fucking psychos. You murder people in cold blood and then you celebrate. And you think you can say anything to me? You're beneath me as a human being. I stand on top of you. I look down upon you. I've been saying this for years. I look down upon you. You are not on my level as a person. You never will be. You're all losers, depressed losers. Your friends are other depressed losers. And you all sit in Discord servers and talk about killing people. Total losers. And in time, the entire country will see it. In time, everyone will say, man, these people are fucking losers. Dangerous losers. And you'll be shunned from society. Don't say you weren't warned. Don't say you weren't warned. That's why you guys are getting fired from your fucking jobs, because people are seeing that shit and they're like, I don't want to work with that guy. Who wants to work with some guy that's celebrating cold-blooded murder? Nobody wants to be around that. Nobody wants to be in a workplace with that because it's dangerous. What if this guy kills somebody? You know, when you're cheering on murder, man, nobody wants to be around you, man. That's just something y'all have to accept. And you guys seem shocked by it. You seem like, oh my God, I can't believe people are upset about my reaction to this. Yeah. Why wouldn't they be? And no reflection. You guys aren't talking amongst yourself about what you've done and how far this has went and how you need to fix your party. No, you keep losing elections. You keep getting violent. And you don't lecture each other. You want to continue to lecture right-wing people. It's fascinating to me to continue to lecture right-wing people and won't lecture yourselves. Turn to your own side and start talking to each other, because you guys are fucking stupid. You guys are done as a political party. You have nothing left but violence. That's all you have left. You cannot win the argument. You cannot debate these topics. So you kill people over it. And that's where we're at as a country, where you have lost so many debates. You have been defeated in the realm of ideas. You have lost control of social media. Mainstream media is a laughing stock. The public laughs at it, knows it's full of shit. All you have left is violence and intimidation. And Destiny admitted that. There are tons of clips of you leftists admitting exactly what I just said. They know it's all they have left. They have nothing else. They have to scare the shit out of us and intimidate us into silence. Destiny said it on Piers Morgan. If you didn't want Charlie Kirk to die, you shouldn't have voted for Trump. That's what these people think. Because you voted for a guy, you deserve to die. That's what they think. That's what they think of you. Now, I figured that out a long time ago. I figured that out years ago. Been trying to tell people for years, hey, this ain't a game. What did I say all last year? Vote for Trump. I don't care about your differences with Trump. Vote for Trump. This is not a game. And people still think it's a game. What's it going to take for people to wake up and realize how serious this is? You have to go to the polls. And you have to vote straight Republican, presidential, everything. The mayor, everything. You got to vote Republican. You cannot reward these people with power. They can't kill people and then you vote for them. That's nuts. So yes, if you go vote for Democrats next year, I'm going to consider you just as dangerous and violent as the shooter. I don't give a fuck if you don't like it. You are rewarding a political party for using violence. You have an obligation as an American citizen to vote Republican, at least in this next election, to send a message that political violence will not be tolerated in our country. If you go and reward these people for it, you're no better than them to me. And I'll lump you in with them. You're dangerous. If you'll shoot Charlie Kirk, you'll kill me. I'm more extreme than Charlie Kirk. I say way worse than him. So you will shoot me dead. That's all I need to know. And I've known that for a long time. It ain't news to me. News to everybody else ain't news to me. I've been waiting on y'all to do something like this. I knew it was coming. I knew you were going to try to kill some fucking famous guy or something. Because you're nuts. Let's not forget the Tesla shit all year. Let's not forget them trying to kill Trump. Let's not forget everything they've done. The rioting and all the shit. And then they let criminals out to kill you too. Then you got to deal with the criminals running around that they let out. This party is a problem. And I'm not going to pretend it's not. Don't tell me to tone down my fucking rhetoric. I ain't telling people to get violent. I'm not telling people to kill somebody. You all have been telling people to kill people. You have been calling people Nazis and saying, punch a Nazi. You've been saying that for years. Everybody disagrees with you, a Nazi, and you call for violence against them. You are dangerous. You're dangerous to the country. You're dangerous as individuals. It's just a lot of danger that you bring with your voting habits and just the way you are. I mean, you think you get to lie about me and I don't get to tell the truth about you? I don't know what planet you live on. But if you're going to lie about me, I'm going to tell the truth about you. Because I've been watching you for a long time. I know I'm right. Seen it. Seen the anger and the rage come out of y'all. Done seen it. Been doxxed by you people. I've seen you try to intimidate me into shutting up. Seen it. I know what you are. Parr leaked my address out. Why? Because he thinks that's going to scare me. He thinks I'm going to shut up. That's who these people are. They're the people who got bullied in school. Now they grew up and now they want to try to bully you. They want to try to be the bully. You're going to learn that you're not the bullies. That you're a bunch of dorks. And you are going to find that out. There's no hope for the midterms. There's no hope for 2028. I mean, you have no candidate. You made a massive political blunder here when you went out and killed a moderate Republican. You didn't even kill like a hardcore far-right guy, you know? You didn't even do that. Not that that would be acceptable, but you at least could say, well, this guy's calls for violence, and this guy said this, and this, and you'd have some crazy quotes, right? You killed a moderate guy. And people went, holy shit, like, what the fuck? And then you called him a Nazi. And people just, there's no clips of him that make him look like a Nazi. You don't have anything to justify any of it. Of all the right-wingers you could have killed, it's crazy you picked Charlie Kirk. That's just crazy. Probably one of the nicest guys on the right wing. One of the most squeaky clean guys, and you executed him. It shouldn't shock me, though, because it's another brain-dead political move by these retards who can never get anything right. They never do anything right. They don't even kill people right. They kill people and it backfires spectacularly against them. Literally, there's nothing they gained. They gained nothing from killing Charlie. Nothing. It benefits them in no way whatsoever, other than they get some satisfaction because they have a bloodlust. They're a death cult and they like to see death, but that's all they got from it. In the long run, it hurts them massively. But I've learned over the years the leftist can't think ahead. The leftist is in the moment. The leftist doesn't see what comes next. It doesn't matter that he debunked racists. It's just like Parr today saying that I said the election was rigged in 2020. Anyone that watches this channel knows I said it wasn't. I was arguing with MAGA people back then. So all I said was, what happened to all the voters? Where'd those voters go? I just asked a question. And you don't have any answer for it, so it bothers you. But I'm just wondering where the voters went. Was it rigged, or did you lose like 10 million voters in 4 years? And if I was a leftist, I'd rather it be rigged. I'd rather that be the truth than knowing that 10 million voters just left the Democratic Party due to Biden. Because that's not good. That's worse. If you're a leftist, that's worse than the left rigged the election and you didn't lose all those voters. But they would rather, we lost 10 million voters. And there's no like moment of reflection. There's no like, well, damn, God, why did we lose 10 million voters? They still praise Biden. They still act like he was great. It was the greatest president ever, the greatest economy, they still lie. It's just none of it makes sense. These people are fucking they're fucked. That's why they don't come in the Discord anymore. I don't blame them. How do you defend any of this? How do you argue any of this? You can't do it. I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit. You will go and you will vote for Democrats next year, and you will reward this assassination. And that's what you're doing. And all you leftists are sitting around hoping some right-wing guy does something. That's how sick you are. You're hoping that a right-wing guy does something so you can talk about that and you can say, see, and all this bullshit. That's how evil y'all are. And if a right-wing guy does something, I'll immediately denounce it now. I denounce it forever it takes place. Execute the guy. Execute these violent lunatics. And you won't see me celebrating it. Like you've been celebrating this. Junie bringing up January 6th. It's just, who died on January 6th? Who died on January 6th? Furthermore, I criticized January 6th and gave all those people a lot of shit for it. I didn't celebrate that. See the difference? There's a big difference. I have criticized the Republican Party many, many times over the years. When have you all ever criticized the Democratic Party for anything? I have never seen it. When do you hold your side accountable? Where are you right now holding your side accountable for celebrating this? You're not doing that. That's weird, ain't it? Yeah, celebrated Hulk Hogan dying. Celebrated Trump's attempted assassinations. Now they're celebrating this. I'm noticing a pattern here. How does a lone gunman represent an entire political party? It's like you're not hearing a word I'm saying. It's like you're not even listening, because I just spent time explaining why. If you don't want to be seen as a psycho, then don't celebrate murder. It's very simple. Very simple. But you all are not outraged by any of this. You're not outraged by your side celebrating this. You don't care. Because deep down, you celebrate it too. You just have sense enough not to celebrate it openly in the public. But I can talk to you for 5 minutes and tell you don't give a shit. I mean, imagine bringing up January. Imagine being a leftist right now and bringing up any of that. The only thing I would be saying if I was a leftist is things to the left. I'd be talking to the left. It's time for y'all to huddle up with each other, because your party is fucking lost its mind. Your party is very radicalized. Your party has lost all its humanity. They tried to have a moment of silence in Congress, and the Democrats was screaming, no, 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 no. That was a moment for the Democratic Party to show the country, hey, we're not crazy, and we don't endorse this violence, and they refuse to do it. They're given opportunities, and they refuse to take them. They're given opportunities to turn the temperature down, and they refuse. They are the ones that rose the temperature. And they're calling for others to turn it down. What good does it do for the right wing to turn anything down if you're not going to turn yours down? They continue to ramp their rhetoric up. They don't care. Which is why these things will continue. When have I ever been wrong about these leftists? When have I ever been wrong about them? Never. They will get worse. They will kill other people. Don't say I didn't warn you. You want to continue spouting off this leftist horse shit and showing everybody you're a fucking leftist? Go right ahead. And when they kill another person, don't say I didn't warn you to get away from this shit. Get away from it. Call yourself an independent. Say you lean left a little bit, whatever. Say, denounce this violence. Stop arguing with people. Stop the whataboutism bullshit. You have to learn to read the room here. You just killed a man. You don't get to talk about what about this and what about that. Well, what about January 6th? Well, MAGA people didn't kill nobody on January 6th. Oh, but I forgot, you've made up a fantasy in your head that a bunch of cops died and all this stupid shit. These people live in a fantasy, and it clouds their judgment. They're in a fictional fucking reality. And you could prove them wrong right to their face, and it means nothing to them. They just go, whatever. The Minnesota killing was a guy who worked for Tim Walz, and he said, now this is what he said. He said Tim Walz told him to do it. Now, I don't believe that, but that's what he said. How's this a right-wing thing? It's like the guy that burned down Josh Shapiro's house. They're trying to say that was right-wing. That was a Free Palestine guy. How many Free Palestine guys you know on the right wing? That guy was a leftist. So I know you're seeing these graphs going around today. Oh, the right wing is more violent. Well, please understand, in these studies, they're classifying shit like Josh Shapiro's house as right wing. That was a leftist. There was a guy on Twitter that was breaking down the data behind that graph and going over the different crimes. And there was all these crimes that were clearly not right-wing people. But they had lumped them in. They were lumping in like prison violence. So if you had like prison gangs committing violence against each other in prison, They were lumping that in as right-wing violence. Once you realize that the leftists and all their statistics and everything, they're all misleading. Once you dig into their studies and stuff, you'll see it. You'll see how much they lie. Now, I've done this, so I know what I'm talking about. But people don't want to listen. That's fine. Don't listen. Stay a leftist. Stay on this path. Let me know how it works out for you. Keep saying everybody else is an extremist because they're telling you to quit lying and smearing and slandering everybody and all this horrible shit y'all have done over the years to people. Just because you disagree with them. And now you're mad they're doing it to you. Well, you did it to them first, so. And while you were doing it to them, you mocked them. Thought it was funny. Well, keep that same energy now when they're doing it to you. Both killers are crazy, but only one represents a political movement. Yes. How does the guy in Minnesota represent MAGA? What evidence do you have to support that? None. You have none. You know how much evidence we have to support that this guy killed Charlie Kirk for the things he said? He said that. He said he killed Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk was hateful. Charlie Kirk was killed for the things he says, the things he believes. He was killed for his politics. This is a political murder. Your side is celebrating it. So while you try to pretend it's a lone wolf and yada, 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 we all look around and all of you are throwing a party. So yes, I will lump you all together. You're no better than the shooter. You just don't have the balls to do it like he did. That's the only difference between you two. That's why you all say all this hateful, insightful shit, because you're hoping someone else will do your dirty work because you're too cowardly to do it yourself. You can get people fired for saying the N-word 15 years ago, but you can't be fired for celebrating murder? Do you think anybody wants to work with you when they see you celebrating murder? You think that's something people want to work with? Because what you're saying to everybody is, hey, I think it's okay to kill people you disagree with. You really think people want to be around you when they know that's how you think? And you guys showed everybody this week that's exactly how you think. You pulled the mask off. You completely pulled it off. See, I've noticed over, because I'm hyper-focused on it, I've noticed the mask coming off many times. But everyone else didn't notice it. Now everyone sees it. Now the mask is off. It can never be put back on. You completely took it off and showed yourselves. Don't get mad at me for pointing it out and explaining to people what comes next. Just like I told you at the beginning of the year, leftists are going to get violent. They're going to do horrible. I said it all the time. They're going to do horrible things. I said you are going to see things that shock you. You're not going to believe the things you see. I said that many times. I said you ain't seen nothing yet. Every time they burn a Tesla or something, I'd say you ain't seen nothing yet. And I'm going to continue to say that. You haven't seen anything. You haven't seen a fraction of what these people want to do and what they're capable of doing. And if they ever get power again, they will do unspeakable things to people they disagree with. The party is collapsing. The party grows smaller by the day. As it grows smaller, the only people that remain are the most crazy radical among them. It's not hard to see where this goes. It's very easy to see what happens. The party gets smaller. It loses more and more power. As it loses more and more power and gets smaller, the people that remain they're the most radical among them, because anyone with sense is leaves the party. What do you think happens then? When these people lose all their power and they feel like their back's against the wall, what do you think all these radicals are going to do then? So this is just friendly advice. If you're a leftist, if you're a liberal, if you're a Democrat, I would become an independent. I would denounce the Democratic Party, leftism, and I would become an independent, and I would create as much distance as I can from that party and me. Don't say I didn't warn you. Society will not tolerate this. This country will not tolerate this political violence forever. And you will keep doing it. Your party will continue to do it. And there will only be one solution. And that's to, and Stephen Miller said it, exile you from society. That's the only option we're going to have, because we're not violent psychopaths like you, so we're not going to kill you. All we can do is exile you from society because you're dangerous. And you say dangerous shit, and we just don't want to be around you. Of course, you will not accept that. The most radical will not accept that, being shunned from society. So it's just, no good comes from all this. I've been saying it for years. This doesn't end well. The path of the leftists does not end well. This violent, radical path that you're marching down does not end well for you. It probably ends in a prison cell. You think people aren't watching their leftist friends now? I think people ain't keeping an eye on them, thinking, oh, God. Especially if they're celebrating the murder. It's like, oh, the fuck? People are seeing their friends. I seen some girl crying. She said, all my friends blocked me because she was in a group chat celebrating it. And they were all like, what? And they knew she was a leftist. She certainly looked like one. They knew. But they were her friend. But they saw something that they can't unsee now. And they can't be around it. It's sick. And it scares people. Watching all you people mock people for being afraid. Fuck yeah, we're afraid of you. We are afraid of you. You are terrorists. You have been trying to bully us for years now. You have come after our finances. You've come after our jobs. You've come after everything. And so now people are acting accordingly. They're afraid of you. And they have to get away from you. It's the only way. It's the only option they have. They have to get away from you. Just like, I was going to try to do a show with Junie. We can make some money. But I realized last year that I can't work with this guy because this guy sees me the way he views me. And you can't do nothing with that. You can't go into business with a guy like that. He's radical. He's a radical. He's an extremist. They pretend to be your friends. They pretend to like you, but you talk to them enough, you realize how they really feel about you. How could you like me if you think this way about me? You don't like me at all. And if I was shot dead, you would say, well, he said some things he shouldn't have said. You justify it. That's what you people would do. We can't unsee it. It is what it is. No one feels sorry for you, leftists, because you've made your bed. Everything being done to you, you have done to others, and worse. Way worse. You have tried to get so many people killed. It's crazy. With the swatting and the things you've done to conservatives. You guys are horrible. This both sides crap. Oh, it's the same. No, it's not. It's not. You guys are way worse on the right. Way worse. No, it doesn't go without saying, because there are millions of people in this country celebrating a man being executed for his political beliefs. It's very un-American what happened to him. And you're going to find out just how un-American it is when this country rejects you and your political party and buries you politically. And then you'll get violent again, and then the country will have to vote for someone that, I guess, locks you people up. I mean, are you ever going to stop? The reaction to it, the lying, the whole thing shows me that this is not going to get any better. That as much as you try to get away from this and just go live a normal life, there is no escaping it. They are not going to stop till they destroy this country. They just ain't going to stop. I mean, they lie about everything. This guy had a transgender boyfriend, and that's why he killed Charlie Kirk. Because Charlie Kirk says things that he don't like. That's why he killed him. The motive is not a mystery at all. The motive is clear. He was a leftist, and he killed Charlie Kirk because he disagreed with the things he said. He said Charlie Kirk he's hateful. And he said some hate can't be negotiated with. That's how they all think. Now, some of them ain't going to admit it, but that's how they all think. I've talked to them enough to know that. It's just how it is. They're brainwashed. And they feel whatever they do is justified because they are fighting Nazis. Why doesn't it make sense? Makes total sense. Deranged leftists who bought into all the lies and all the bullshit killed a guy. Killed a right-wing guy. What's shocking about it? Why is it? It's not shocking. It's not hard to understand. I knew it when he got shot. I knew it was a leftist. How could it not be? I mean, what are you talking about? See, people are retarded. People are retarded, man. This high-profile right-wing guy is sitting there on a college campus doing one of his debate things he does, and he gets shot and killed. And all of these idiots want to sit and pretend that it had nothing to do with politics. Shut the fuck up. Let the adults talk about this and you children go to bed. For God's sake. You got to be retarded to think that that was not a political assassination right when you saw it. Why else would he shoot him? They were trying to bring him in on Nick Flintis. Why would a Nick Flintis fan shoot Charlie Kirk when Nick Flintis fans have been trying to get Charlie Kirk to debate Nick Flintis? How's he going to debate Nick Flintis if he's dead? That doesn't make any sense. And now the Nick Flintis fans are pissed off. They're mourning the guy. They didn't do this. So stop trying to blame it on them. They're fucking pissed. They're fucking doxing all these liberals. They're the ones doing it. They're not fucking... They didn't kill Charlie Kirk, nor did they want him dead. Then they play a clip. These people are such children. These people on the right wing, these fucking grifters, they play these clips of Nick Flint. I'm not even a Nick Flint's fan, but I'm going to tell the truth. It's just crazy to me. Like, oh, well, they play these clips of like, well, this is what he said about Charlie Kirk before he got shot. And then they play a clip of Nick after he got shot. And they're like, see, he changed his tune. I go, why wouldn't he? What kind of person watches that video and doesn't go, maybe we all need to tone it down, which is what Nick said. He said, we're all guilty. We've all murdered each other with our words 1,000 times. Well, he's only doing it to grift. He's only doing it to steal Charlie Kirk's audience. And it's just like, this is how people think, man. This is how they see the world. It's so fucking weird. Everybody has this ulterior motive. It's a weird way to see the world. Well, he's only doing this to steal the audience. It's just like, man, Nick has an audience, man. He don't need to steal anything. He had 170,000 people watching him the other night. If you were worried about Nick Flint is stealing Charlie Kirk's audience, maybe you shouldn't have killed Charlie Kirk. Be very suspect of certain people on the right wing right now that are jumping right back into this bullshit where they're like fighting other right wing people, and I don't trust them anymore after seeing that. Like, why are you attacking Nick Fuentes right now? Nick Fuentes didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Nick Fuentes' fans didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why are you saying, well, Nick Fuentes said this about Charlie Kirk a few months ago? So? Nick Fuentes has nothing to do with this. This guy that killed Charlie Kirk was not a Nick Fuentes fan. If he thought Charlie Kirk was extreme, imagine what he think about Nick Fuentes. You're telling me a guy that thought Charlie Kirk was an extremist is a Nick Fuentes fan? Come on, man, for fuck's sake. The Lion, and I've been saying it for a while, is getting real fucking sloppy. And this week has been sloppy. If this week was a blowjob, it'd be one hell of a blowjob, because it was sloppy. The Lion was sloppy, spit everywhere. I mean, they kill this guy, and I'm going to keep saying they. I don't care if you don't like it. That's my role here. That's what I'm here to do. Fight fire with fire. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. I know what I'd be hearing right now if a leftist was killed by some right-wing guy. I know everything I'd be hearing right now. So you're going to hear it from me to you. Everyone would be blaming me and saying, oh, what you say about liberals, and they'd be blaming Trump, and they'd be blaming, I mean, they're already blaming MAGA, and we didn't even do it. Think about it. Well, there is no evidence to support that it was a MAGA guy whatsoever, and they're still blaming MAGA guys. So if it was a MAGA guy, imagine what they'd be saying. Imagine what they'd be calling for on the TV. If some MAGA guy went out and shot fucking some leftist. Some famous leftist. So when you go out and do it, I'm going to keep that same energy that you'd be giving me and everybody else. That's what I do. I'm the guy that gives you the same energy back. It's not going to change. You think I'm stupid, don't know how you'd react? Fuck out of here. I know you liberals like the back of my hand. I am a liberal expert. And you know what's funny? One day I will be on TV. I will be on the news, and I'll be the liberal expert. And they'll bring me on, and I'll explain all this shit. And I'll explain why you guys are in prison, like why you got, why y'all got locked up, because you're so radical and insane. They'll have me on, and I'll be like, and I'll have to explain to the journalists how the liberal lies. They'll have new journalists by now. They'll have fire all the other ones. All the other ones will be in prison. A lot of these journalists need to go to fucking prison for what they've done to this country. They have got this country so divided over politics, it's insane. And then Destiny trying to blame it on Trump. No. I'm so sick of that lie that somehow Trump divided us. No. You motherfuckers divided us. You lied about Trump. You lied about conservatives. You did all this shit. Take some fucking accountability. But like Nick Fuentes said, they'll never take accountability. They'll never admit they have a problem. He's so right. He's so right what he said the other night. They will never admit it. They never will. You'll never get them to admit they're wrong. You'll never get them to admit their party has a problem. No, I am right. Dog star. I am right. What am I wrong about? It's not, I've been saying this for years, it's not about supporting the Republican Party. It's not even about supporting Trump. It's about defeating this leftist rot, this cultural rot that has people, celebrities, cheering on murder. It's a rot, and it has to be dealt with because it's growing. You hear Jamie Lee Curtis was crying. You see what I'm saying? You got to think about this. Jamie Lee Curtis has a transgender son. She's heavy into this leftist trans stuff, and she was crying about Charlie. She didn't even see the video. She just heard about it. She heard about what happened. She was crying about it. She said it was horrible that this guy was killed over his beliefs. But she doesn't agree with any of his beliefs. And she's got a trans son. You would think that she would be all in and celebrating this, but no. Because at the end of the day, she's still a human being, unlike most of you. She still has some humanity. And that's how I know that in time, I mean, the liberals like that will jump. They might not become Republicans, but they won't be able to vote for this shit. They just won't be able to do it. They'll just won't vote. I mean, we're only starting here. You don't even know what's coming. You're going to have Democrat politicians downplaying this shit. You're going to have, I mean, it's going to get bad. You're going to have Democrat politicians saying just the most craziest shit about this shooting. They're all walking the line right now, some of them, but trust me, as time goes on, a few of them is going to say some stupid off-the-wall shit they shouldn't fucking say and destroy their whole fucking political career over this. Because they are unhinged. They're all unhinged. The ones that are not will. It's like Jamie Lee Curtis. Where does she go with her trans son? She can't go Republican. She'll be politically homeless. She just won't vote. As a liberal, that clip of her crying should wake you up. You should realize not everybody's on your side here with this violent shit. Even people that are balls deep in the liberal stuff with the trans son and everything, even they are not going to side with you on this violent stuff you want to do. They're not going to co-sign killing all the conservatives. And that's the path the radical liberal is on. There are two groups of liberals right now. There's the Bill Maher liberal and the radical liberal. The Bill Maher liberal will eventually be politically homeless. He'll have nowhere to go. He's not going Republican. If Bill Maher votes Republican, you got a big problem. That's when you know it's over. But these people, you're losing these people. You're losing all these regular, normal liberals. They can't co-sign this. They can't get on board with the violence. Why? Because they are celebrities. They are targets. If they go down this road, then they'll be killed. I mean, if you start saying that you could just kill people for the things they say, and this is how it is now, and this is how we do things, well, goddamn. That's what's so fascinating about a guy like Destiny or Hassan. What are you doing? Why are you endorsing political violence? Do you not think that you are not a target? You're a prominent leftist. And you're endorsing political violence. You're endorsing people being assassinated for their political views. Is that the world you want to live in? And in that world, do you not think you would be a target too? It's just fascinating to me. There's no awareness. They're so drunk with hate that they can't even think straight. Go watch Destiny on Piers Morgan. My God. Even the other liberals on the panel were disgusted. None of them like him. But he represents the party more than they do. And that's something they're going to have to come to terms with. The regular ass liberal is going to have to come to terms with the fact that Destiny represents your party more than you do. So, I don't know, start a new party. I get you don't want to be Republican. I get it, but I didn't either. But I realized it's not between left or right. It's between good and evil. These people are evil. You can't vote for these people. I've seen enough. I know it's going to take time for everybody to catch up with me. I get it. How many more people have to die before you realize that this is a problem? They can't debate these ideas. They can't win the arguments. They have nothing else but violence, intimidation. Destiny said it. He said, you have to make conservatives scared to speak publicly. If conservatives are allowed to speak uncensored, it's only a matter of time before people agree with them because they're right. And the leftist is wrong, and the leftist has nothing but lies and bullshit and misinformation. That doesn't mean right-wing people don't lie. That's not what that means. What it means is right-wing people do lie, but they also have a lot of facts on their side, a lot of truth on their side. The leftist has no facts whatsoever on its side. All the leftist has is lies. See the difference? You understand the difference here? Look no further than this last week. Look no further than all the lying they did about this shooting. It's a MAGA guy. It's a fucking Nick Fuentes fan. It's this, it's that. And then just normal people just putting two and two together right after it happened. Okay, Charlie Kirk, prominent right-wing guy, executed at his right-wing event. Probably the leftists did it. This is probably a political killing. And leftists acted like, oh my God, wait till the facts come in. They don't ever do that. They don't ever wait till the facts come in about anything. They're always sitting on the timeline speculating about Trump's health or this or that. Since when do they ever wait for facts? Who needs facts to come in? It's very simple to see that Charlie Kirk was just murdered, and the most likely person that did it was a fucking radical leftist. What would have been, if it would have been a MAGA guy, that would have been shocking. You'd have been like, what? Well, that doesn't make any sense. What? When you found out it was a leftist, you're like, well, duh. Of course. Don't worry, Trump's going to send the National Guard into Chicago, clean it right up for you. Give it time. Your fucking dumb fuck governor is fighting against it. Don't worry, he'll eventually be voted out. These people are all retarded. And the country's waking up. Give them time. They're being psyoped nonstop. But the psyops are getting so dumb, the lies are getting so sloppy that, God, I'm sure a lot of people woke up this week and, they spent the whole week saying, oh, it's a liberal, or it's a right-wing guy that did it. Like, what? That one liberal fucking nerd that the Grok AI was talking about raping, remember him? He's on Blue Sky arguing with him. He's like, it is a leftist. It's not a Nick Fuentes guy. And they're arguing with him. Do you understand when you got a hardcore radical liberal guy arguing with people, arguing with his own side, and everyone on his side is like, no, this is a MAGA guy. You understand the problem we have? You get it yet? Other radical liberals are like, holy shit, guys. You're delusional. You're in a fictional reality. And they're arguing with him. They won't even listen to people on their own side. Think about this. People on their own side are trying to tell them, this is not a Nick Fuentes guy. This was a leftist. He had a trans boyfriend. Yada, yada. No, that's all made up lies. That's not true. Well, this is not Fox News telling you this. This is a leftist guy trying to tell you this. Because he's looking around going, God, we look so goddamn stupid right now. Not only do we look like a bunch of psychopaths, but we look retarded too. And he doesn't care about looking like a violent psychopath, but he does care about looking like a retard. So he's trying to say, hey, guys. And think about being this leftist nerd. You go out, you execute one of the prominent right-wing guys, one of Trump's lieutenants. You take him out. And other leftists don't even celebrate you. They act like you're a MAGA. They celebrate the killing, but then they act like you're a MAGA guy. No, give your boy credit. Stand with your boy. Go ahead and stand with your boy. It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen. Like they're celebrating it, but at the same time, it was a MAGA guy. How could you ever think it was one of us? Well, you're all throwing a party in the fucking street. I wonder why we think you did it. I mean, that's why I say you all killed him, because you're celebrating it, so I'm going to lump you all together. Don't want to be lumped in with these people. Don't celebrate fucking murder. I'm not pro-Israel. What a lie. Do you ever get tired of just lying? Speaking of Israel, though, this reaction from the liberals, it reminds me of October 7th. It's the same reaction where, a bunch of people, on October 7th, a terrorist attack, Charlie Kirk, political assassination, and then right after violence is committed, all the leftists go, okay, everybody calm down. Let's just talk this out. Let's have unity. Let's have peace. Let's have ceasefire. It's so fascinating to me they do that shit. They run up and kill you, and then they say, all right, everybody, calm down now. Just everybody calm down. Let's have unity. Junie was like, look, we need unity. I was like, I don't want no unity with violent fucking lunatics. I want you violent lunatics in prison where you belong. I don't want unity with someone who celebrates murder and thinks there's something funny about it. Triggered by everything but murder. Ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy that they're triggered by all this stupid bullshit, but they see a guy get murdered on video and it doesn't bother them at all. They love it. They take joy in it because they're fucked in the head. They're totally backwards. They get offended by words, but they don't get offended by murder. It's the craziest shit. It shows that they're sick. They're mentally ill. Yeah, that's what Hamas did. That's what all the leftists were doing on October 7th. On October 8th, all the leftists were on Twitter going, okay, let's have a ceasefire. Hamas wants a ceasefire. And I was telling them, I was like, how you going to have a ceasefire? You just killed a bunch of people. They're not going to fucking have a ceasefire. You just committed a terrorist attack. It's fucking insane. But they did the same thing after Charlie Kirk. It's the same fucking behavior. Oh, we just killed this guy. All right, everybody, let's talk. Let's just talk it out. Let's have unity. While they celebrate it. Imagine calling for unity while you're like celebrating killing a guy. It's crazy. It's political suicide. These people like set their party on fire. They just set it on fire. It's burning to the ground. And they're pouring gas all over it every day. It's crazy. And if they win the election somehow next year, it's really going to show you how far gone this country is. There's no saving this country. If this country rewards the Democratic Party for violence, this country's gone, man. I don't think that's going to happen, but hey, anything can happen, I guess. I did see that Sam Hyde video. Hush up, guy, before we get Trump on you. Hush up, guy. Before you get drone struck. Talking shit in whatever shithole country you're from. Can't even figure out how to upload a fucking avatar. Figure out how to upload an avatar first. Before you start talking shit. With a big letter A sitting there. Deport his ass. I want to see Hassan. Hassan can be deported. Deport this guy. This guy. This foreigner sitting in our country inciting violence in our country. Calling for violence. You should be, if you are here on a visa and you are in our country pushing for violence, you should be deported. I don't see what's so hard about this. You don't get to sit on a live stream and call for violence, say, you know, Republicans need to be hurt and all this bullshit. There's tons of clips of him saying shit like that. It's time to crack down. Time to crack down on all this before it gets worse, before they kill somebody else. Now, you motherfuckers ain't going to crack down on it. And it's going to get worse. You're going to let this problem grow. And someone else is going to die. Some other poor bastard will lose his life over this stupid shit. Because you're just going to let this problem keep growing. This cultural rot. I seen it after they executed the healthcare CEO. It's like, damn, man. Everybody just acted like that was like cool or something. There's nothing cool about it. Nothing cool about murder. What is it? Actually, Trump made it illegal to burn the American flag. Good. Anyone burning an American flag is a lunatic anyway. Just common sense. Got the guy burning a flag, arrest him. It's a good excuse to get this lunatic off the streets before he hurts somebody. Because normal people don't go out in the streets and set shit on fire. That's just not normal behavior. So I keep trying to explain to Parr, like, there's certain behaviors that you see people do, and if you just lock these people up, problem solved. But get a second chance. How many chances you need not to be a fucking lunatic? Seen a story the other day. Some guy killed some woman. He had been let out of prison. He was in prison for carjacking people, but they let him out. Then he killed somebody. Which is exactly what I was telling Parr when Parr was defending carjackers a couple of weeks ago. Well, you can't just put a carjacker in prison for the rest of his life. Yes, you can, and yes, you should. Because people who carjack people are fucking lunatics and shouldn't be allowed in civilized society. What about all the people who go their whole life and never carjack anybody? There is no excuse to carjack somebody. So if you do it, it shows me you're not meant for society. You're not meant to be with the rest of us. You got to go to prison. You got to be taken out of society, removed from society. Because you've shown everybody around you that you're not normal. You don't act normal. Why would we want to be around you? Somehow the rest of us were able not to carjack anybody. But you just couldn't. You just went and did it. Well, you were facing social, economic, all this bullshit leftists say. It's all bullshit. I've been broke many times. I didn't go carjack somebody. Didn't go break into somebody's house and steal their money. I mean, fucking give me a break. When you commit violent crimes, you should go to prison for a long time. The problem is, we're not even talking about life sentences here. These people commit these violent crimes and they're out of prison months later. Months later, they're right back out. It's a problem. Some of them get arrested and they let them right back out. Same day. Same fucking day. And then they go kill somebody. How many people got to die before you admit you're wrong? Give me a number. How many have to die before you say, hey, I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's try it a different way. We've tried your liberal way. Didn't work. Can't we try another way now? Do we have to keep trying it your way, your failed way? We all know it failed. It doesn't work, but we have to keep trying. Or you'll cry like a bitch. The liberal is so worried about the criminal. Oh, the falsely accused. The falsely accused. How many times have they falsely accused Republicans of shit that they didn't do? These people ain't worried about innocent people going to prison. They try to put innocent people in prison all the time. They just watched an innocent man murdered and celebrate it. They don't give a fuck about innocence. Everything these people say is bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. They don't even believe the things they say. It really is pointless to argue with them because they don't argue in good faith and everything they say is a lie. And they'll say whatever it takes to try to win the argument. Which is why they, 1 minute they're saying one thing, the next minute they're saying another thing, and those two things contradict each other. And you bring it up to them and they, whatever. Best they can say to you is, well, that's different. They'll never explain to you how it's different. Like, if I told you something was different, I'd explain to you the difference. But they don't do that. No, this isn't about freedom of speech. That's not what this is about. This is about showing to everyone around you, your friends, your family, your coworkers, that you are dangerous. When you celebrate violence and murder, people don't want to be around you. They don't want to be associated with you. That has nothing to do with freedom of speech. You have the right to go around calling everybody the N-word, but if you did it, there'd be a lot of people that wouldn't want to hang out with you, be around you. What was it the liberals said? Freedom of speech, but not freedom from consequences. Yeah. It's a bad look to celebrate murder. It's just, it doesn't, people don't like that shit, man. Why would anybody want to be around you? Hell, you might murder me. If you're so into murdering people you disagree with, hell, you might murder me. Why would I want to work with you? Why would I want to be around you? I don't. No, none of them's going to jail for it. But people like Hassan and Destiny should go to prison because they are inciting violence. There are clips of Destiny that are just, my God, the things he said. The things he says. I mean, the shit he said on Piers Morgan when he said, if you didn't want Charlie Kirk to die, you shouldn't have voted for Trump. What he's saying is, if you continue to vote Republicans, we're going to kill you. That's what he's saying. He said Republicans have to be afraid to speak in public. That's what he said. That is literal terrorism. That's what that is. You're trying to intimidate people with threats of terrorism, threats of violence, to silence their political speech. Now, that seems pretty criminal to me. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I feel like that sounds illegal. Using threats of violence to intimidate people into silence sounds illegal. Maybe I'm wrong here, but it sounds pretty criminal. What do I know, though? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I'm not a legal scholar. But I tell you what, it's very un-American. All these people claim they're so American. Well, that's a very un-American way to think, to use violence to silence political speech. There's nothing American about that. It goes against everything the country stands for. You liberals are anti-American, anti-everything. Watching you all cry about free speech as if you care about free speech. See, I told you at the beginning of the year, we're done letting you use our beliefs against us. We're done with that. We're done with that fucking game. No. Only time you care about freedom of speech is when you can use it to justify your shitty behavior. Only time you care about the Constitution when you can cloak yourself in it to disguise your shitty ass behaviors. And we're on to you. I'm well aware of that shit. So go fuck yourself. You're going to keep trying to be the good guy till they kill you. And I'm done. I've been done with that for a while. Why should I care about looking like a hypocrite? They don't. When have they ever cared about it? But I'm a slave to that? Nope. No longer. None of that stuff matters. These people are a threat to this country. They're a threat to your way of life in a variety of ways. And they should never be allowed to hold political power again. If they had any sense, they'd go back to talking about nonsense all day and just leave the politics to the adults, but they're not going to do that. They're going to keep pushing, keep getting violent until the country completely turns against them and outlaws their political party because their party is seen as a threat to society. It's ironic what they say about the Republicans because it's pure projection. They are the threat. Don't take my word for it. Turn the TV on. Look what they've done. Look what they're doing. Watch that Ukrainian girl get stabbed on the train. Watch Charlie Kirk get executed. Keep arguing with me and tell me these people aren't fucking lunatics. They're not a threat to every one of us. They are. If they don't kill you, their policies will. Stop voting for them. Stop giving them any power whatsoever over your life. You are going to regret it if you do. Mark my words, they will punish you for disagreeing with them. And you may think, well, I'm not a Republican, I'm not this, I'm not that. I'm telling you right now, you will be their enemy. They will find a way to make you their enemy. One way they'll find something you said, something you believe, and you'll be their enemy. Hell is old as time. Been watching it for years. It's cold. I'm cold, Miracle. I'm cold. What's the point of freedom of speech if I get punished for it? What does this have to do with freedom of speech? Since when did freedom of speech give you the right to call for violence? Your freedom of speech that you use, you take your freedom of speech and you use it to send a picture of Charlie Kirk getting shot to his widow. That's what you do with your freedom of fucking speech. And I'm here to tell you a reality that you may not realize. When you take your freedom of speech and you do things like that with it, millions of people go, fuck that guy's freedom of speech. You guys are your own worst enemy, and you don't even realize it. It's you people that harm freedom of speech because the way you use it. You use it to be evil as fuck. And anyone that wants to limit free speech can point to your evil bullshit and go, see, there's got to be limits. I mean, look at these people harassing Charlie Kirk's widow. I mean, what the fuck? It's moments like this that make decent people go, maybe there are some limits to this free speech thing, you know? Maybe there should be limits. This is what you do with your behavior. When you go and murder someone, and then you celebrate it. And then people realize they don't want to live in this society, this sick society. They don't want to put up with this anymore. It's getting out of hand. You've killed 2 people in the last year, and you're still celebrating both murderers. This is a problem. This isn't about fucking free speech. This is about, I don't want to be killed by you. Don't you idiots realize that? I am the only one in this chat room that gets it. I'm the only one in this stream that has ever got it and has been talking about it for 10 fucking years and had to listen to all you people lecture. You don't know more than me, and you don't know what's coming. I have proven I do. If you value freedom of speech, you better reject all this shit. You better speak out against it, because you will lose your freedom of speech if you keep sitting here defending this filth. Society will turn on it. Society will say there has to be limits, because what the fuck is wrong with people? You are abusing all of this stuff. In a civilized society, civilized, decent people ain't gonna tolerate it forever. I've been explaining to y'all for years. Don't lecture me about freedom of speech when you are the people putting a gun to it and blowing its brains out. That's you doing this, not me. What about Charlie Kirk's freedom of speech? He was executed for exercising it. Does that not matter? Is that not a bigger fucking problem than your freedom to go harass his widow or your freedom to say hateful, evil shit all over social media? Fuck you and fuck your freedom. What about his freedom? You took it. And you got the nerve to lecture? Fuck off with all this lecturing shit. You killed a guy for his speech and gonna try to cloak yourself in freedom of speech. Fuck off. We're tired of this shit. We're tired of the Constitution only matter when it protects you and your evil. That's the only time you bring it up. Go fuck yourselves. Care about no fucking Constitution. You don't care about freedom of anything. The only time that Constitution comes up is when you can use it to cloak your fucking pathetic, shitty behavior. Let me wrap myself in the Constitution and be a piece of shit. Keep on doing that. Keep on. Till we get to a point where people go, I'm tired of hearing about the fucking Constitution. Lock these fucking cocksuckers up. That's where we're going. There ain't going to be a civil war. They're going to vote for people that lock you people up. Wake up! That's why I say you're marching to the gates of fucking hell. You're marching there. People's trying to stop you, just keep on charging. Go ahead. People got the nerve to talk about freedom of fucking speech when they just killed a man for his. Killed a man for his. And then want to sit there and go, hey, don't violate mine. Don't violate mine. As Destiny sits on a TV show and says, these conservatives have to be made to shut up. We have to scare them so they'll shut up. He's declaring war on my freedom of speech, so I declare war back on his. Fuck him and fuck all of you. You want to come for me? You want to come for my freedoms? I come for yours too. I play the same game. I know what I'm up against. They'll shoot Charlie Kirk. They'll fucking shoot me. 100%. Give me a fucking break. How many people, how many more have to die before you idiots wake up and accept the cultural rot that we're dealing with? And I don't know how to solve it, but I know rewarding it by voting for it is not the answer. I know that. You reward this with your vote. Don't get mad about what comes in the future. Don't get mad about what these people do to you and what they do to people like me. They've made it very clear what they want to do to people like me. They all thought it was funny. All those people on TMZ cheering in the background, celebrating it. That's what they want for you. They want to kill you too. You don't think they want you to die too? Of course they do. Well, people made fun of Biden's cancer. I didn't. But I'll tell you this. We didn't give Joe Biden cancer. You see the difference? We didn't give Biden cancer. You killed Charlie Kirk. You people did. And then you're going to turn around and make jokes about it and throw a party? The fuck is wrong with you? You know, it's one thing for Trump, if some conservative was, he died, he had cancer, he died, and you were making jokes about it. That's distasteful, but people just roll their eyes and think, but you killed this guy, and then you turn around and throw a party and mock him and make jokes and lie about it and all this. It's so pathetic. You're such cowards, man. You are such cowards. You can't even kill the guy and stand by what you did. You take a coward's approach to it. Like, no. We don't agree with what happened to him. Well, I scroll down your timeline and it seems like you do. And now that everybody's yelling at you, now you want to say, hey, I don't agree with it, but you were making jokes about it. You thought it was funny. What's so funny about it? What's so funny about a man being killed for his political beliefs? What is funny about it? What's there to joke about here? What's so funny about society falling apart and descending into violent madness? And we have millions of people who celebrate murderers now in our country. What is so great about this? What's so funny about this? I can't believe people are still talking about this. What are you talking about? Why wouldn't they be talking about it? Didn't you burn down a whole city for a drug addict criminal? Didn't you burn down multiple cities over that? And loot businesses and kill people? During BLM, you did all that, huh? See, this is a pattern of violence. Everybody's acting like this is, oh, they killed Charlie Kirk. Oh my God. No, this is a pattern of violence. There has been nothing but violence from these people for years. BLM, fucking Josh Shapiro tried to burn his house down. Fucking killed Charlie Kirk, tried to kill Trump. There was another guy that they killed. Who was that guy? The healthcare CEO. The Tesla stuff. The constant threats against everybody in the Trump administration. Elon Musk. Constant threats to kill these people. Did you see ABC fucking News gushing over the murderer? Gushing over. That fucking journalist guy was gushing over him. Gushing over these text messages and shit. Talking about how loving the murderer sounded. Oh, he loved his boyfriend. Well, they call him a girlfriend, but it's a guy. It's his boyfriend. And they're all laughing and celebrating now because they're too stupid to realize that this is not good for them. That the future is not good for them. The Democratic Party is about to have single-digit approval ratings. The midterms are lost. J.D. Vance will be the next president. Because you're not going to improve. You're going to get worse. You're probably going to kill someone else. All these right-wing people are like, we're going to go out and do college tours, and I understand, I get it, but I wouldn't be doing it because these leftists are unhinged. And they see all these leftists celebrating this murder, and that's going to cause other loser insult nerds to want to go out and commit their own acts of violence so they can be seen as like heroes or something to the left. None of this is good. None of this leads to good places. But tell me more about freedom of speech. Pretend to care about freedom of speech. You don't care about that. I was banned off YouTube for calling somebody a cunt. That's what I got banned for. That's what I got all my money took away from YouTube because I called some woman a cunt for lying about being raped and putting a guy in prison. But you can get on your channel and incite violence against people. And they don't ban you. That's interesting. Huh. I've never called for any violence. Not once. Yeah, they are professional victims. You're right about that, Doc Mac. The left kills a guy and then tries to play victim. Tries to say, oh, look what the people are saying about us. Look what they're saying about transgenders now. You're not the victim. I'm not the victim either. The victim is Charlie Kirk and his family. That's who the victim here in all this is. Not me, not you. I get you don't like hearing the truth. I understand. Y'all don't like hearing the truth about what you are and what you represent. Too damn bad. You came to the wrong stream. Execute the Magatine. I denounce that. He should be executed for what he did to those kids. See how easy that is? See how easy that is? Can you find any videos or tweets of me celebrating that senseless violence the way you've celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk? You're the one celebrating murder, not me. Not my side. Yes, we're talking about Charlie Kirk. It's the biggest story in the country right now. I cover current events. School shootings happen every day in the country. We're desensitized to it. Welcome to America. Oh, you people defame people every day. You lie and defame people every day. Please, spare me. Spare me the bullshit. You came to the wrong place for that bullshit. If the shoe fits, lace it up. If you've been celebrating, own it. And if you haven't, why are you offended? Very simple. No, he didn't reap what he sowed. He was murdered by a lunatic who is un-American. And you're just as un-American as him. You think it's acceptable to murder people for their speech. And I'm here to tell you, this country rejects that thinking. Who celebrated that? I don't remember celebrating any of that. And if anyone on the right celebrated it, no doubt that I called them out for it, because that's what I do. I know me better than you know me. And so does everyone that watches me. So that's not going to work. I don't remember all these celebrations, though. I don't remember people dancing in the streets and making videos laughing and cackling like witches about somebody dying. I don't remember that on the right. Yeah, you can show it to me, though. If you, I'm sure it happened. I'm sure there are some lunatics on the right who say fucking retarded, insane shit, and they should be shunned from society just like these lunatic leftists. We don't support lunatics here on this show. We don't support madness here. No. Yeah, he defended the Second Amendment, so he deserved to be murdered. Great point, guy. Let me know how that works out in the midterms. And the quote's out of context, too. But if you didn't lie, you wouldn't have an argument to begin with, would you? You came to the wrong place for that, to try all this, what you're doing. Wrong place for this. Not going to fare very well in here. You're right. He deserved to die because he didn't want you to use tax dollars to give people food or something. Yeah, he deserved to die. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Let me know how that works in the midterms, that argument. I mean, it is out of context. It's just a fact. You all have a real hard time with reality, don't you? Like you're just wrong. But let's say you're not. Let's say that is the context. It's irrelevant. Don't you understand that that's irrelevant? Don't you understand there's no justification for murdering a man for the things he says? There's no justifying it, and you trying to justify it makes you a loser. And this is why people don't want to be associated with you. This is why people in the workplace don't want to work with you people. Because you show this side of yourself, and it scares people. Because we live in a society where people come into the workplace and kill people, go into malls and kill people, go into schools and shoot people, all these things that happen in this country. So when we see this, when this comes out of you people, we got to think about our own protection. We got to think about our own lives. We cannot be around you. You're dangerous. You're defending violence. And if we're conservatives, we have to be even more worried because you're justifying murdering conservatives for their speech. That's what you're doing. It's not about being a chicken. It's just reality. You still think this is a game or something. This is not a game. You guys are going to find out this is not a game. People are not going to play with this type of stuff. They're not going to risk their life and play games with you. The more you go down this violent path, you're only hurting yourself in the long run. It's like I told Junie years ago. I used to have this discussion with him all the time. He would say, "Why are you right-wing now? What made you right-wing?" And I would say, "People like you." He would always point to Trump or this guy or that guy, and I would always tell him, talking to you has made me more right-wing. You did it. And they can't accept that. They can't accept being told the truth about themselves. That it is your words, your rhetoric, the way you treat me that has caused me to realize that you see me as your enemy. I see you as a guy that's misinformed, and if I can just prove you wrong and show you that you're wrong with facts, you will stop believing this shit. But what I've realized is a lot of them know they're lying. They don't care. Doesn't matter if you prove them wrong. Doesn't matter if you have all the facts and you show it to them, and it's just, and there's an audience, and everyone in the audience is telling them they're wrong. It doesn't matter. The whole room of people can be telling this person they're wrong, and we could be showing evidence, irrefutable evidence that they're wrong, and it does not matter. And that's what I've learned about these people. It's sad. Because, when I was growing up, there were shows on TV. There'd be a Republican guy. There'd be a Democrat guy. They'd argue and, and then, but it seemed like they were friendly. They were friends with each other. And, they just disagreed politically. And now it's just like, you still see that on the right wing. You see right-wing people friendly with leftists, but you don't see the same in the other direction. And that shows me how far gone we are, like how far gone leftists are. This isn't a right-wing that doesn't mean there aren't lunatics on the right. That doesn't mean I don't worry about one of these lunatic right-wing guys doing something. Because I do. But the violence from the left is like, it never stops. I've been talking about it all year. I've been showing you it all year. I hate being right about it. I hated seeing him get murdered, but I can't say that I didn't see it coming. I knew that left was going to try to kill Trump or somebody again. I knew it. Been saying it all year. I have proved Junie and Paul wrong so many times, and it makes no difference to them. They don't change their way. And not only that, but they will come back with the same lie. You'll have a whole debate with these people, and you'll debunk all these lies. And then they just come back with the same lies and want to have the same debate. And it's like I told Junie, I cannot keep having the same fucking debate with you. You've lost it 5 times. You've been proven wrong on 5 different live streams. What the fuck are we doing? Why are you coming back saying the same thing to me again? Don't even make sense. Take the L, man. All right, let's argue about something else. I've already won that. Let's move on. You're wrong. Nope, doesn't matter. What are you supposed to do with these people? Like, how do you deal with this? I mean, what? They're not even in touch with reality. They're in a fictional world and shit. I seen one of them the other day saying Charlie Kirk got killed by a white supremacist. It's like, what? Where is the evidence of that? Look, it's one thing to be misled. You read something, yada, yada, yada. But what did you even fucking read? I can't even find it. I'm looking around like, where are they getting this from? Where's this information? It doesn't even exist. They just made it up. They just make shit up off the top of their head now. They don't even have they don't even have misleading evidence anymore. Like they used to have misleading data, misleading evidence. And now it's just fucking lie. Just tell a lie, and when called on it and asked to prove it, you have nothing. You have nothing. It's fascinating. I mean, they killed Charlie Kirk and then went on TV and started going, the right wing is so violent. What? You know how insane that is? You just killed a high-profile conservative. Everybody saw it on their phone. Except Jamie Lee Curtis, apparently. You all blundered God. You guys blundered the reaction, did you? I've never seen anything like this in my life. Put aside the regular people, because I keep hearing this. Well, those are just people, and there's assholes everywhere. Smokey, right-wing people made fun of Biden's cancer, and they did. But let's talk about the prominent people. Let's talk about look at the Democrats. Look what they did in Congress. The Republicans were like, let's have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. And instead of going, yes, let's do that. That's a good thing to do. It shows that we're coming together, unity. They didn't do that. They booed and said, no. That's not unity. A man has been murdered over his political speech. The American thing to do, if you're in Congress, would be to come together. It would be to have the moment of silence. You would tone your rhetoric down. Other Democrats that wouldn't tone theirs down, you would hold them accountable. You wouldn't need Republicans to hold them accountable. You would hold them accountable as a Democrat. But you're too goddamn stupid to realize that everything you're doing is only hurting. Forget Republicans. Forget being nice people. Forget people's feelings. Forget being a human being. Forget all of that. What about just not being retarded? Put aside all emotions. What about Optics, political optics. What about not looking insane to a majority of the country? This is why I know you guys are radicalized, because you're not even thinking about optics anymore. You're not even thinking about how it looks politically, what you do. You don't even care. You're so locked into this radicalization that it just doesn't, none of it matters. Because I think you know deep down you can't win politically. You can't win the vote anymore. I've been saying this all year. They can't win the vote. They've lost too many voters. When you really think about this, the only option a leftist has is violence. They can't win the war of ideas. They can't sit down at a table and debate these issues in front of an audience, because they will be made a fool of by the conservatives. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen some of the best right-wing debaters get eviscerated by, like Sam Cedar. He went on PBD. He's supposed to be, oh, Sam Cedar. Everybody's scared of Sam Cedar. He got eviscerated. David Pakman went on there. Got made a fool of. When he had to sit down with a bunch of conservatives who know what they're talking about, he got made a fool of. All these so-called brilliant leftist debaters. They can't even debate a redneck like me. You think they're going to debate Charlie Kirk or fucking Bill O'Reilly or fucking anybody? No. No. They can't. They'll lose. So what do they have left? Violence. That's it. Because Steven Crowder won't debate Sam Cedar, and they say he's scared of him. The reason Steven Crowder won't debate him is because Steven Crowder realizes there's no point anymore in debating these people. There's no point. They don't argue in good faith. What's the point? Everybody knows how these people operate now, so there is no point even trying to talk to them. People tried to debate him. People thought, okay, this guy's just misinformed. We can have a conversation, and he's a smart guy. He's a reasonable guy, and I'll show him the facts, and he'll change his ways. Nope. Nope. It didn't work. We tried that. That didn't work. They're radicalized. They're set in their ways. They don't care about reality. They live in their own reality. My truth. They say it all the time. It's my truth. In their fictional world, a man can be a woman and all these different things. Every day now you see examples of how out of touch with reality they are. Look at the shooting. They're so out of touch with reality. It's a Nick Fuentes guy. It's a MAGA guy. It's this. It's that. I seen someone on CNN earlier say nobody is celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. Nobody on the left is doing that. What? Well, at the same time, running a report saying that all these people are getting fired over celebrating his death. So they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. Nobody's celebrating it. All these people are getting fired for celebrating it. What about free speech? Talking out of both sides of the mouth. Now, you don't think people notice that? You don't think people tune in and notice that bullshit? I promise you they do. I promise you the last week was a mass awakening to the leftist illusion. Many people woke up this last week, and they saw it for exactly what it is. And I told you many times, once you see it, you'll never unsee it. You'll never be able to unsee it. Everybody's seen it. How do you think Jamie Lee Curtis feels? She was crying over this. She said, Charlie Kirk and me we didn't agree on nothing, but he was a man of faith. He was a father, a husband, and he shouldn't have been killed. Like, it's horrible. She was crying. Now, she has to spend the next few weeks of her life listening to people all around her celebrating it, arguing with her about how it was a good thing. You think she's not going to be reflecting on some things? You think she's not going to be like, what is going on here? Yeah, I got a trans son and everything. I don't like these people, but what are we doing here? We're going to get to a point where it's not left or it actually isn't left or right anymore. It's you're either a decent person or you're a piece of shit. Pick one. And you're not a piece of shit for having liberal views and disagreeing with conservative views. You're a piece of shit for murdering a guy and celebrating it. For thinking it's funny that his daughter, I mean, this poor woman has to fucking, they were making fun of his wife because she was like, I don't know how I'm going to tell my kids about this. And they thought it was funny. It's not funny. Not everything's a fucking troll. Not everything's a fucking joke. But you have no humanity. You're losers. And so anyone that has any humanity, anyone that's still somewhat a decent person on the left, will have no choice but to leave the left. They can't associate with this shit. And there's tons of videos on social media of people saying, I can't be Democrat anymore. I can't do this. What the fuck is going on? Because they saw all their friends celebrating it. They realize that they're surrounded by people that they consider friends who are lunatics. And they don't want to be friends with them anymore. Who can blame them? I mean, forget about, just think about the fact that this could all spiral out of control and we could have a civil war in our country over things like this. If things like this continue to happen, this is going to spiral out of control. And these idiot leftists are cheering it on. It's insanity. No one with any sense is cheering this on. Thinks it was a good thing that happened. Only lunatics. So pick your side. Are you a decent person or are you a fucking psycho? Pick one. I don't give a fuck what side you pick. Just show us who you are. So we can remember. The mask is off. Don't try to put it back on because it ain't going to fit. And you're going to have to accept that there's a lot of people that don't want to be around you Democrats anymore after this. They just don't want to associate with you no more. They're done. They're just done. Because it's very simple. If you think Charlie Kirk deserved to die for his beliefs, then you must think I deserve to die for mine. There can be no other way to look at this. And if you're a normal liberal who has liberal beliefs, but you have right-wing friends and you don't want them to die, well, now you have to decide what you're going to do next. Are you going to continue to keep siding with these people who want to kill people that you consider friends? Who think that your friends deserve to die because they disagree with them? What you leftists are going to realize is you're the minority. Been saying it for years. You're the minority. You're going to find that out. You're going to find out how many people, they may be liberal, but they do not see things like you do. They're not violent, lunatic communists like you. You want to bring up, well, free school lunch and all this bullshit. Do you think the average liberal who wants free school lunch agrees with executing people for their political speech? You think that? If you really wanted to get school lunches and you wanted to get all these liberal policies implemented, well, it's kind of counterproductive to kill people. How are you going to win elections when you're killing people and you're causing people to stop voting for your party? Now, how are you going to get school lunches? You didn't think about that, did you? Because you're dumb. You're retards. You don't think about these things, which is why you shouldn't be running our country, which is why the people you vote for can't get anything done and just cause problems. Because you all are dumb. Not everybody's cut out for politics. Not everybody's cut out to be discussing it. And a lot of you leftists need to move on to other things. I'll talk about... See, you leftists are more like theater kids. You're into the arts. Go back to the arts. Go back to making art and just leave the politics for the grown-ups. Let the grown-ups handle crime and immigration and all this stuff. And you guys go back to making movies or whatever you did, and music and dances and whatever the fuck. Go back to TikTok and do your little dance and leave us alone. Realize you don't know nothing about politics, and you just need to stay out of it. Be the best thing for this country if all you people who you don't know nothing. I mean, I could talk to you for 5 minutes. You don't know nothing about fucking politics. There's no shame in staying in your lane. People bring up politics, you go, nah, fuck, I make music. I don't know nothing about that. I'm so focused on my music. I don't get into all that. Don't know nothing about all that. You think your art's gonna work in a communist society? Who's going to buy your art in a communist society? Who's going to go see your movies? Who's going to buy your music? How you going to make money off your little YouTube content and stuff? Capitalism is why you're able to do all that stuff. It's why you're able to make your art and make a living off of it. If you're really good at it, that's capitalism. That thing you hate so much because you've been brainwashed to hate it. You don't even know why you hate it. Well, you blame it for all your problems. But all your problems are your fault. They have nothing to do with capitalism. How come there are tons of people like you who come from the same background as you that find success, but for some reason you can't? Well, because you cripple yourself with this mindset you have where you're held back by capitalism and you can't get ahead in society. It's crippling to the mind. And when you reject that way of thinking, as I've said all year, been talking about this for the last year, you've been sold a lie. You've been sold this lie that hard work don't pay off. That's a lie. You've been sold this lie that capitalism is, everybody's hoarding the wealth and that's why you're broke. That's not why you're broke. You are broke. And if you really sit down and quit lying to yourself, you'll realize this. You're broke because of your own behaviors. You buy things you don't need. You spend money you shouldn't be spending. You don't work hard at work, try to get a promotion to make more money. You're just sitting there at the bottom and you're doing nothing to try to move ahead at all. And you're blaming everybody around you when it's your fault. It's all on you. It's all on you. I said a year ago, I said, I'm getting this job. And then I said, I'm going to fuck, and then in a year or so, I'm going to move up to I said that. I'm going to move up to management and get a big raise. And that's exactly what I did. And I had to argue with people all year about fucking retards telling me, you shouldn't work hard at your job. I don't know why you're working hard. I don't know what you're going to get out of it. Well, I know what I'm doing. I mean, that's how you get ahead, crying all day. That'll do it. That's how Elon Musk got all his money. He cried all fucking day. Cried about capitalism all day. The reason you motherfuckers ain't rich or you have no money at all is because you're fucking lazy and you don't want to work. You want to paint pictures all day or whatever the fuck. And you're not even a good painter, so you can't even sell the paintings. Nobody wants to buy your shitty liberal art. And then you get mad about that. And then you say, well, people don't have money to buy my shitty art because of capitalism. Because Elon Musk, he's hoarding all the wealth. But it's just your art sucks and nobody wants to buy it. Nobody wants to spend money on that crap. By the way, who made all the prices go up? You. You were so scared of a virus, you had to lock everything down, cause inflation. And then you voted for fucking Biden, brain dead Biden, caused more inflation. Caused the price of fucking gas to skyrocket to record levels. This is how delusional liberals are. You'll tell them, you'll say, Joe Biden had the record gas price. And I said this to somebody a couple weeks ago, and they go, no, he didn't. You're making that up. What do you mean I'm making it up? You could Google it. The national average has never been higher than it was under Joe Biden. Fact. Quit arguing with fucking facts just because they're inconvenient facts. Too bad. Too bad that you're wrong about everything, liberal. Too bad. That's too goddamn bad, liberal. They get mad at you for not joining them in Fantasyville. They get angry about it. You're sitting around with a bunch of other people in reality talking about reality, and then here's some liberal has to chime in. What are you guys talking about? Charlie Kirk was killed by a MAGA guy. What? Everybody's sitting around talking about it, going over the details, posting the details from the FBI, posting everything. It's clear it's a leftist, and you're fucking some liberal got to chime in. Shut up, liberal. Well, we don't know the motive yet. Oh, yeah, we don't know the motive. Fucking ridiculous. People supposed to take you people serious. You're not serious people. You're clowns. Kill Charlie Kirk and then immediately get on social media and be like, well, you start posting quotes. You don't even know how deranged you look. Let me help you here. Listen to me, retard fuck. Listen to someone a little bit smarter than you. Try to talk sense to you. You execute a man, then you get on social media and start posting quotes of things he said. As if that matters. I don't give a fuck what he said. You don't get to kill him for it. You lunatics. You sitting on social media trying to justify it, posting a quote. And then you look into the quote and it's fucking out of context every single fucking time. And everybody that knew Charlie Kirk personally is like one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Even leftists saying that. Even leftists that talk to him saying one of the nicest guys. That's who you killed. Just a nice man that you just disagree with on things. And you killed him. And then you want to lecture everybody about them being violent when they didn't even do nothing violent. The fuck? Quit lecturing me about violence. I've never done nothing violent. Never called for it. Denounce it every single time it happens, no matter who does it. Quit telling me. Quit lecturing me. Lecture yourself. Getting lectured by people who call for violence. It's crazy. Getting lectured by people who sit around social media all day calling for violence, making jokes about violence. Going to lecture the rest of us on it. Shut up. You nerds are not going to stop till you're going to lose so many of these normal liberal people. Like these Bill Maher types of people. You're going to lose all of these people. They're not going to vote for you. You're going to scare the shit out of them. To the point where they're just like, hell nah. Because these radicals, they hate Bill Maher too. They hate the moderate liberal. They can't stand them. So if you're a moderate liberal, look out. Why you vote for these lunatics? They hate you too. Why do they hate you? Because you talk to right-wing people. You debate right-wing people. You platform them. That's what they call it. You allow other people to hear what they have to say. And allowing a right-wing person to talk is a threat to the liberal. It's a threat to the radical liberal because the liberal has to control speech, has to control the narrative, has to lie. That's all they have. That's all they have. Once they really can't lie anymore, it's going to get bad because there's going to be nothing left but violence for them. Right now, they can still lie, and there's still people falling for it, but that number is getting smaller by the day. Every lie they tell, they're losing people. Every lie they tell, thousands of voters leave the Democratic Party. And they just keep lying, keep lying, keep lying. Till we get to a point where there's nobody left to believe it except the most deranged radical liberal. You see this. You see this in the ratings data for all these mainstream news shows and everything. The ratings are plummeting. People's done with this shit. The people that remain are so radicalized that they are dangerous. They will kill people. They're insane, mentally ill people. They're radicalized. What do you think's going to happen? I can't believe people are shocked by what they're seeing. It's the most predictable fucking thing ever. I said years ago this shit was going to happen. I said, these people are nuts. It's easy to see where all this goes. There's nothing hard to predict here. And I will be proven right about all of it. As I always am. And you'll keep arguing with me and keep looking stupid. And maybe one day you'll stop arguing with the guy that's right all the time. Maybe you'll realize you don't know nothing about what you're talking about, and I do. It's almost like I've been paying attention a little bit better than you have over the last 10 years. Huh. Imagine that. It's almost like I got paid to cover all this stuff, and you didn't. But you're going to tell me all about it, huh? No, I'm not the delusional one. Nothing I said can be proven wrong by you or anyone else. You're delusional. Anyone who thinks I'm delusional is delusional. There is nothing that points to a blue wave. There is nothing. You cannot make an argument for it. There's no data that points to it. Oh, I'm terrified to show my face. You got me. You got me. I'm scared. I am scared. Hell, you might kill me. You liberals are nuts. Well, then prove I'm delusional. Oh, you can't. I've argued with a ton of you liberals, and I've given you an opportunity to prove me wrong, and none of you can, so. Tried that. Gave so many of you an opportunity to prove me wrong, and all you did was prove me right. Every time I get done talking to one of you, I realize, damn, I am right. Yeah. I give these liberals an opportunity to prove me wrong all the time. They can't, because I'm right. If I was wrong, I'd be convinced by now. I've talked to so many of them. Surely one of them would have been able to convince me. They can't. We always get the questions they can't answer. It's like Parr today. So the Gretchen Whitmore thing, I was like, yeah, there was a bunch of FBI agents involved in that. And he was like, no, there wasn't. And then I asked Grok, and Grok was like, yeah, 24 people or 22 people arrested. 12 of them was undercover police officers. Okay, I'm right. Then he's like, see, you're wrong. I'm like, what are you talking about? You said there was no FBI agents involved. We asked AI, and AI says there were 12 people that were undercover agents out of the 22. The only claim I made was there were FBI agents involved in that. A lot of them. So you have to question how much of that was entrapment. Whose idea was it to try to kidnap Gretchen Whitmore? Was it one of the normal people in the group, or was it one of the undercover officers? See, these are questions that you have to ask yourself. How much of that was manufactured by the fucking government, who had 12 undercover officers in the group? If you have 22 people arrested and 12 of them are cops, that's over half of the motherfuckers involved are cops. You don't think that's a little suspicious? God forbid I question that. God forbid. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me questioning that and wondering why there was so many undercover cops in the group? It's crazy. God forbid we wonder if it was a police officer that suggested kidnapping her and put that idea in everybody's head, or if it was one of the guys, the guys that was actually in the group that wasn't a cop. We don't know that. God forbid we ask these questions. God forbid. God forbid we don't trust the government. God forbid. By the way, when did I ever defend Gretchen Whitmore's attempted kidnapping? All I did was tell the truth about it and say there was a bunch of undercover fucking police officers involved in that. A large amount, over half of the people fucking involved was undercover cops. You point out a fucking fact and people get all these thoughts in their head about it. Start thinking of things you didn't even say. So you're saying it was staged? I'm just saying it looks suspicious. I'm just pointing out the fact there was a lot of cops. And the only reason I'm pointing that out is because you keep bringing it up and you keep telling me there was no cops involved. You keep lying about the facts of the situation. Stop lying about it and just... This is an example of right-wing violence. I don't know. It seems like an example of entrapment. But all 12 of those guys, or all, how many was left? 10? Whoever was left that was going along with kidnapping her, put them in prison for the rest of their fucking life. How hard is this? I'm not defending that behavior. It's the difference between me and you. I don't defend this shit. Just because I point out the facts of the fucking case don't mean I'm defending it. Don't mean I'm saying, hey, let all those men out. No. If those men went along with trying to kidnap the governor, they need to go to prison for the rest of their fucking life. They're lunatics and only be walking around society. What is so hard about this? It's people like Paul and these liberals that want to let people like that out. We'll give them a second chance. I'm the guy that says you don't get a second chance when you do stuff like that. There are certain crimes that you commit that you don't get another chance. We're not going to give you another opportunity to try to kill somebody. Once you show us that you're a violent lunatic, we put you away and we're done with it. You're going to prison, guy. And that's where you're going to stay, locked away from the rest of us so you can't hurt us. People keep bringing up these things as if, it's so confusing because I never defended any of this stuff. I always called it out. I said the person involved should be executed. I'm keeping the same energy. You're not. You're like, well, some MAGA kid shot up a school. All right, execute him. I'm not defending him. The fuck? But you don't want Luigi executed for killing that healthcare CEO. You don't want that. They dropped some of the charges against him, which is insane to me. And they were cheering about it. All the liberals were in the street outside. There was some girl outside said she's in an AI relationship. There's an AI Luigi, and she's in a relationship with the AI Luigi. And she had a t-shirt with his face on it and everything. Like, these liberals are nuts. They're nuts. Can you show me one example of like a right-wing guy standing outside of some courthouse where there's a right-wing lunatic getting put on trial, and the right-wing guys are out in the streets like celebrating and cheering and shit? Show it to me. If this is a massive problem on both sides, show that to me. You can't. It doesn't exist. Who cares about Charlie Kirk's faults? They're irrelevant. He was murdered for nothing. There's no defending it. There's no justifying it. Anyone who tries is no better than the killer to me. He's just the same. Same spirit. Same psycho spirit. If you'll justify that murder, you'll justify another murder. You'll justify yourself committing murder. And that's what everybody got to see. Thank you for showing the entire country what I've been saying for years about you people. Thank you for showing everybody exactly what I've been saying. Because now everybody sees. Thank you. Thank you for proving me right. Because people said I was crazy when I was calling liberals my enemy. Oh, you're crazy? No, I'm not crazy at all. I'm very opposite of crazy. Crazy would be ignoring all this, pretending it's not happening. That'd be crazy. How many of these liberals have I tried to do stuff with and they've stabbed me in the back? They've got my channel reported. All these liberals are not your friends, no matter how much they pretend to be. Behind the scenes, they run their mouth about you, say awful lies about you. It's what they are. It's what they do. I've lived it. I've seen it firsthand. And now trying to blame the Jews. Anything not to take accountability for you leftists and your rhetoric, huh? Keep passing the blame. Keep passing that blame. Although it is kind of weird. Why was that one guy? That guy that was in the crowd, the old man. I don't know if you know a lot about this old man, but it's very strange, the old Jewish man that was in the crowd. So this old Jewish man that after Charlie Kirk got shot, he started yelling that he shot him, and they arrested him. Well, of course, he wasn't the one that did it, and now they're saying that he said he did it so the shooter could get away. And they found child porn on the guy's phone. Now, what's really strange about this guy, and this is all a fact, you can look this up. This guy was at 9/11. He was interviewed about 9/11 on TV, and he was at another terrorist attack that took place at like a marathon or something. He was there. It's real weird, that old guy. I don't know what that is. That's so weird. How can you possibly be at 3 major events like that? You're at 9/11. You're at Charlie Kirk's assassination. You're at a terrorist attack. Another terrorist attack. Another one, I don't know off the top of my head, but he was at another one. How are you at 3 major events? That's weird. And not only are you there, but at one of them, you're like making a scene, getting arrested. Like, it's so fucking weird. There's so much weird shit about this. It just doesn't make sense. Nothing more weirder than that old man, though. That's fucking weird. What is going on with him? Who is he? the Jewish, like the anti-Jewish people are funny that blame the Jews and everything, because it's like they're crazy and stuff, but then there's always weird shit like this that they can point to and go, see? And you can't explain it. Why was this old Jewish man there? Why was he at 9/11? Why was he at another terrorist attack? Why did he distract police so the shooter could get away? What the hell is that? And he just happens to be a Jew. And if you're one of these people that's like sees Jews everywhere, that's got to drive you crazy. When you when you see Charlie Kirk die and then you find out this old Jewish man stood up, made a big scene. Because I bet when you're like one of these anti-Jewish guys, I bet there's some days where you start thinking like, am I crazy? Like, and then stuff like that happens and you go, no, I'm not. See? What the fuck is that? Who is that guy? The hell? It's a weird one. It's crazy to be at two major like events like that. It's just, what are the odds? The odds have to be astronomical to be at 3 different events like that. And then to get arrested at the, you know what I mean? Like, what? Something's up with that. That's suspicious. We probably won't get no more answers about that guy, though. I mean, he should be going to prison for a long time. I mean, he lied to police. He, what's the word? He interfered with a police investigation. I mean, these should be some serious charges, I would think. But I have suspicion that one day we'll just hear about how he got out and they let him out. And then everyone will forget about it. I just feel like it's going to be like one of them things. Yeah, the George guy. George Zinn is his name. When did I say my speculation means anything? When did I ever say that? Dude, if he flees to Israel, if they release him and he goes back to Israel, that's going to be so fucking suspicious and weird. People are not going to shut up about that. Who can blame them? Well, of course he's a leftist. That still doesn't explain how he was at 9/11, Charlie Kirk assassination, and he was at one of these like marathon, when they like blew up a marathon or something. Might have been the Boston one. It was one of these marathons. He was there too. How are you at 3 different events? And at the last one you're at, you get arrested. And quit pretending this is some lone nut that shot Charlie Kirk. No. All evidence points to there's a bunch of people that knew about this, that knew that this was coming. They knew that he was going to go do this. Even in the chat logs where he was talking to his transgender boyfriend. Now, I don't know how much I believe these logs. They do look suspicious. The way they're talking, it's weird. It is very weird. I don't know. Some people are saying that the shooter, he faked the text messages. You know, he said certain things to try to take the heat off other people. But he also said things that put the heat on other people. He said, remember those bullets I was carving? When he was carving the stuff inside of the bullet, like catch fascists and all that. Well, if the transgender boyfriend was in the room with him while he was carving into these bullets, then the transgender boyfriend had prior knowledge of this. There's a bunch of Twitter accounts and stuff that made tweets about something's going to happen on September 10th. So, and some of them mentioned Charlie Kirk specifically. What are the odds of that? There was another account. It said, there's big news coming. I got something big coming, and you'll know it when you see it. Watch the news. And when Charlie Kirk got shot, he quote tweeted that, which showed people that was about Charlie Kirk. When he said it weeks ago, that's what he was talking about. Something big coming. Now, how did he know? How did he know that? How did all these people know something was going to happen to Charlie Kirk on September 10th? And they all made tweets about it. It shows how retarded these fucking people are, bro. They're such attention whores, they can't help themselves. Who does that remind you of? Yeah, there's a song that was made, Charlie Kirk dead at 31. And that was before he died. How do all these people know? Because this is a conspiracy. A bunch of people are involved in this. All the people involved, all the people with prior knowledge need to go to prison. People like Destiny and Hassan, who call for violence on their shows, need to be arrested. I think a year in prison is fair. You're going to go sit in prison for a fucking year, and when you get out, maybe you'll stop getting on your show in front of millions of people and calling for violence against people. Maybe you'll knock it the fuck off if you go spend a year in prison for doing it. Seems fair. I mean, Destiny is so unhinged. Even his son, even Destiny's son was saying, what the fuck is wrong with you? Destiny's son said, one day, you'll be dead. You'll be in the casket. That's what his son told him. Someone will kill you for the things you say. That's what his son told him. On Twitter, his son said this to him publicly while he was gloating about Charlie Kirk being killed. Your own son is telling you, hey, Dad, you're radical. You're out of control. And I'm worried about somebody killing you for the things you say. And that don't wake you up. No, Destiny don't give a shit about his son, about nothing. He don't care about nothing. He's a miserable fucking dork. And he is so radicalized. Go watch the Piers Morgan episode with him on there. Jesus, the things he said. Everyone, even other liberals that had came on the show, were disgusted with him. They were all, the whole panel, even the liberals turned against him on the panel. Piers Morgan couldn't believe what he was hearing. But quite frankly, I think Destiny, I think he wants to be killed. I think that's why he says these things. I think he wants someone to shoot him. I think he's such a miserable guy. His wife left. I think he's just given up on life, man. And he's gotten so much more radical since his divorce. I don't know if you've noticed. It just seems like a real miserable guy that doesn't even want to live anymore. And he's just saying the most hateful, radical shit. Like he is trying to get people to do something to him. He's not spouting liberal ideas. He's literally calling for violence. He's literally going on television shows saying, if you voted for Donald Trump and that's why Charlie Kirk is dead. Just seems like a guy that's like trying to piss people off. Like in his sick mind, he wants to be martyred or something. It's just so fucking insane. And his son feels the same way. His son feels the same way. His son sees it. His son knows his dad is is in danger. His dad is pushing all this political violence, and his son knows that his dad will be a target of that. And his son is trying to talk to him, and he won't listen to his own son. His own son is like, Dad, you're going to end up getting shot. You're going to be in the casket. I'm going to be sitting here staring at you in a casket. And he won't listen to his own son. Crazy. It's insane. I get it, though. I know they want right-wing people to get violent. I mean, what they need that. They need it. They need to change the narrative. They need that so bad. Don't give it to them. If you give it to them, you're an idiot. Disavow you. Like Nick Flint has said, you're disavowed. You're disowned. If you commit any violence, we don't want you. That's what our side's saying. That's what our most radical guys are saying. Our most radical speakers are saying, do not get violent. You will be disowned from this movement if you get violent. That's the radical guys on the right saying that. The ones they call radical. And extremists are saying that. Because they have better sense than you. They understand politics better than you. The fucking extremist guys that say the N-word and shit and all this crap. Even they got enough sense to not call for fucking violence. And to denounce it before it even happens. To tell everybody watching, hey, don't go get violent because I don't agree with it. And I disown you. I think you're a faggot if you do that. That's what you leftists should be saying to your audience, but you're not going to do that, are you? You're not going to tell your audience not to get violent, are you? No, you're not. You're going to egg it on. You're going to keep pushing it because you're psychos. And that puts us all in danger because you want to destroy this country. You want to make this country into a fucking civil war situation. You want violence in our streets. So how are you not a danger to all of us when you're trying to push our country into some violent shit? They're on Blue Sky calling for other Republicans to be killed. They're putting out names saying, get this guy next, get this guy. That's what's going on liberal Blue Sky. We see the screenshots. We see you. We see you. We see you. Your TikTok video. We see you. Some guy that debated Charlie Kirk. They debated each other, and he was like, I'm glad he's dead. What's wrong with these people? What is wrong with you people? You're insane. All because Charlie Kirk made a fool of him in a debate. And he felt stupid. And he didn't know how to do, he couldn't debate Charlie Kirk. He couldn't, so he's cheering on murder. Charlie Kirk has been silent, so now he doesn't have to debate him anymore. And that's a victory to the leftists. They think they won something. Oh yeah, I'm the mental case. See, that's not going to work on me. This nonsense you people say doesn't work on me. I read it and I just roll my eyes and go, what a retard. I'm not the one defending violence, calling for violence, cheering on violence. That's you guys. That's you guys. You're the mental cases, not me. Not this guy. You guys love to gaslight people, don't you? You must think it works. I guess it works for some people. And anytime I see people trying to gaslight me, I just think they're fucking stupid. Like, what is this retard? Who tries to gaslight people? Good God. It doesn't work. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat tonight. I didn't bring nothing. I should have bought something and brought it home. I might have to get. I don't really want DoorDash. I might have no choice. I'm starving to death. Starving to death. But MAGA. Man, are we getting on Gears? Who wants to get on Gears? I'm done rambling on about this bullshit to a bunch of retards that don't listen. Don't worry, one day, it's not today, it's not tomorrow, but one day, you're going to sound just like me. Ain't that crazy? You're going to think like me, sound just like me. In fact, you may even be saying shit that even I wouldn't say. Because in time, you'll see I'm right. You'll have to accept it. You won't want to accept it, but you'll have no choice. Because you'll get tired of lying to yourself. Some of these conservative people, they had friends, family members. And they saw the celebration and they thought, my God. That's what they think about people like me. That's what you did. Cat's out of the box now. Can't put it back in. And I try to think of, how can you salvage this? How can you salvage this? How can you win back voters? And I can't think of anything that you can do. This really is a turning point. It's ironic, but this really is a turning point. The irony in killing Charlie Kirk is by killing Charlie Kirk, you have ushered in his vision for America. You don't even realize it. You've ushered it in. It is inevitable now. You will live under a Christian, Republican, conservative government for the rest of your life. People around you will be more conservative. They will reject your insane ideas. You did it to yourself. You really did it to yourself. It's just like the trans stuff, Nobody would even be talking about trans stuff if it wasn't for you lunatics pushing it all on everybody. We get trans people around children, trans people in the women's bathroom, trans people in the fucking locker room, trans people in sports, and fucking... You did all of that, and now the country has turned on transgenderism. You did that. If you wouldn't have did all that stuff you did, nobody would be talking about transgenders. Nobody would be talking about gay people. Nobody would be talking about gay marriage. Nobody would even be talking about that stuff. We would be past all that. We would be accepting it, and we wouldn't even be discussing it. But you motherfuckers kept pushing and pushing. And eventually people realize that they don't have to put up with your fucking pushing. They can actually vote for people that will make it so you can't push them anymore. That's what you did. I keep telling you, think Trump's bad. Wait till J.D. Vance is your president. You ain't gonna like J.D. Vance. You just killed one of J.D. Vance's best friends. You think he's gonna forget it when he gets power? all like J.D. Vance, but the liberal won't. The leftist won't. And I just think about 4 years from now, I think about how bad it's going to be when J.D. Vance is sworn in. Because I know it's going to be bad. It's scary to think about it, actually. It's kind of terrifying to think how bad these liberals will be by then. I knew they were going to get more violent. I knew they were going to try to assassinate people. I didn't think they'd be able to succeed. I didn't think they'd actually pull it off and kill somebody, like kill a high-profile Republican. I thought it'd be like Trump. They'll miss again. No, they killed him. That changes everything. That accelerates everything. That's what people don't understand. Because they succeeded in it. If they wouldn't have succeeded in it, people would still be pissed, but it would be different. But because they succeeded in it, see, when Trump got shot and he survived and he didn't die, and it wasn't really that bad, it could have been really bad, but it ended up not being that bad. It just grazed his ear, right? And liberals were kind of joking about it. People just, it was fucked up, but it was like, oh, well, he didn't die. But Charlie Kirk died, and they still celebrated and acted the same way. And then I think people realized, well, fuck, they really wanted Trump to die, man. They're serious about this. They're serious about wanting to kill everybody. It's a huge wake-up call. That's why I'm not going to stop talking about it. It's the most significant thing that's happened all fucking year, and they want to move on from it after a couple of fucking days. Are you insane? It's going to have lasting ramifications. If the shoe fits, wear it. I don't lump Jamie Lee Curtis in with all these liberals. Jamie Lee Curtis proved, even though she has a transgender son, she proved that she's not a psychotic leftist lunatic. Proving that some liberals, there's hope for them yet. There's hope for them to be normal. What this last week showed us is who's normal, who's still a human being. They just have different ideas than us. And who's a threat to us. Who wants to kill us. And I am not coexisting with and having unity with people that want to kill me and make it clear they want to kill me. The fuck is wrong with you people? Why would I want to have unity with you after you say you want to kill me? That's nuts. I'll have unity with Jamie Lee Curtis type of liberal. I'm not having unity with violent, lunatic leftists. Radical leftists. I'm not having unity with you. You have to lose all power. You need to go to prison. Quite frankly, where you need to go. Right to prison. Thank you for making it very clear who's crazy and who ain't. Thank you. Now we can all see. No, Jamie Lee Curtis has a transgender son. Look into it. It's a very public thing. And yet she showed compassion and cried for a man that disagrees with that. Publicly disagreed with it. But she had enough sense to not celebrate a man's murder. Imagine that. Imagine that. And I'm sure that she's getting hate from liberals for it too. Good. She can finally see who's really hateful. Just because people disagree with your lifestyle and don't want to be involved in it does not mean that they want you dead. Go live your transgender life away from me. Quit trying to involve me in it. Quit telling me I have to call you a woman or I have to do this. Or no, go live your life the way you want to live it and leave me alone. What's so hard about that? And if you did that, nobody would even be talking about transgenders. Nobody would even be bringing it up if you just go away and stop bothering us. Stop forcing all this crap on us. Telling us we have to go along with all this stuff. We don't have to like it. We don't have to endorse it. That doesn't mean you can't do it in the privacy of your home. That's called freedom. I have the freedom to ignore you and be left alone by you, and you have the freedom to be left alone by me. But you're not leaving people alone. You're annoying. Don't like what Charlie Kirk says? Don't listen to Charlie Kirk. Ignore him. No, you go kill him. Then you mock his wife. She's angry. Well, I wonder why. You motherfuckers are retarded. It was like his wife is so angry. What is wrong with her? What is wrong with her? You just killed her husband. She has to sit down with her 2 young children and explain to them that their dad is dead and he ain't coming back. And they're going to ask why, what happened. And she has no answer. You can't explain it to a child, a 2-year-old child. You think that's funny. If you think that's funny, stay the fuck away from me. I'm glad you don't like me. I wouldn't want to be liked. If I'm liked by you people, I'm doing something wrong. The fact that you hate me and think I'm crazy is a badge of fucking honor to me. The moment you think I'm making sense and I'm not crazy, I'm doing something. I'm saying something wrong here. I don't want to appeal to you leftist lunatics. No. Stay the fuck away from me. Killed some kid's father over political differences. I mean, oh my God. Everybody's just supposed to move on from that. We ain't moving on. We're going to have justice. I'm not moving on while you celebrate, while you go on TV and call for more violence and more people to be killed. No, we're not moving on from this problem that we have. This cultural rot is rotting our society. You can't have a political debate with somebody without worrying about getting shot dead. Think about that. In America, of all places. The fuck? Can't wait till you lose the fucking midterms. Maybe then you'll wake up. Maybe then you'll look around and go, fuck, if we keep down this path, we ain't going to have no political power whatsoever. Right-wingers are going to rule over us. Yeah, exactly. It's what's going to happen. You know, when I started all this, the whole reason I was pointing out that they were lying about Trump was because I knew that long term it was going to cause Democrats to completely lose all their power. And at the time, I didn't want that. I didn't want Trump to be president. I didn't want Republicans to gain power. That was the reason I was trying to tell y'all to quit fucking lying. Because I saw Republicans using it against you. And what happened? Donald Trump became the president. You lied all year. I told you, you're going to lie so fucking much that Trump's going to win. And that's exactly what happened. And then you got, I'm a racist, I'm a Nazi, I'm this and I'm that. Well, fuck you. I'll be a Republican now. Fuck you. I'm not going to be intimidated by you, bullied into submission. Fuck you. Trying to help you fucking retards. There is nobody giving you better advice. If you're a leftist, nobody's giving you better advice than me over the years. And if you'd have listened to it, Trump wouldn't even be president right now. But you're too dumb to listen. You're dumb. And I'm glad you didn't listen, because you suck and you don't need to be in power. That's what I've learned over the last 10 years. You don't need to have power. You're nuts. And letting you have power is dangerous. My God, it's dangerous. Dangerous to your wallet, your bank account, your life, everything. Dangerous to your mind. It's a Trojan horse. Well, you should have thought about that before you celebrated a man's death. Goofy. You liberals never think ahead. You never think of how your behavior is going to be used against you. You're dumb. You have no political instincts whatsoever. You have no leader. There's nobody leading your party right now. You're led by people like Destiny and Hassan and Gavin fucking Newsom. You're led by lunatics. Deranged lunatics. No wonder you're so deranged yourself. You need a leader bad. Someone needs to come into the Democratic Party and take over. And I don't know anybody that has it in them to do it. Hell, you'd probably shoot them too, huh? It's a mess. Not a mess for me, it's a mess for you liberals. I mean, you're the ones that ain't going to have no political power. Talking about kids' school lunches and everything. Well, if you want kids to have school lunches, maybe you should try winning fucking elections. And you're not going to win elections being violent fucking lunatics, lying all the fucking time. That's not winning elections. You're turning off voters. How you going to win elections when you turn off all the voters? Stupid ass motherfucking retards. I'd be a better liberal than you. I have better political instincts than you have. You're just retarded. Killed a guy and didn't have sense enough not to celebrate it. Didn't even think about how that was going to look to the country. You just did it. You were so overwhelmed with joy you couldn't help yourself. And everybody saw it now and everybody is disgusted by it. Any decent person is disgusted by this. How can they vote for this? How can they support this? How can they be friends with this? It's a mess. Everybody saw Charlie Kirk get shot and they went, well, hell, I'm more extreme than Charlie Kirk. I say worse shit than Charlie Kirk. Fuck. If they'll kill him, they'll kill me in a heartbeat. It's true. Where's the lie in what I just said? It doesn't exist. That's what makes them mad about me. They have no rebuttal to the things I say, so all they can do is call me crazy or insult me. They can't argue with me because everything I'm saying is just, it makes total logical sense. There ain't a single one of them that can argue against anything I've said. There's no evidence that proves me wrong. All the evidence is in my hands. Facts are on my side. Don't give me your misleading data about right-wingers are more violent. That data's been picked apart all day on social media. They count prison murders and all kinds of shit in that. It's a bunch of bullshit. They count leftist violence as right-wing violence in that. You know, you can go to the study itself and look at the study and look at the different things that they counted as right-wing violence. And you're going to find leftist violence counted as right-wing violence. It's just like Josh Shapiro, a Free Palestine guy, burned his house down, and they blamed it on a MAGA guy. It was a Free Palestine liberal. Radical liberal. Radical liberals are not just killing Republicans, they're trying to kill Democrats too. But like Nick Flint just said, they're never going to admit they have a problem. They won't. They'll never admit it. They will never turn around and look at their own side. I've been saying it for years. Turn around. You're so focused on Republicans. Will you turn around and look what's behind you? Lunatics are behind you. Tons of them. Psychopaths. Wake up. Jamie Lee Curtis is going to find out. I bet all you liberals are spamming her. How could you cry for Charlie Kirk? He hated your son. demonic lunatic screaming at a woman because she won't celebrate a murder, because she showed emotion at a murder of an innocent man who simply disagreed. A lot of liberals, have a lot of things to think about over the next couple of weeks. If you're a decent liberal, decent person, you got to think of, like, are you going to continue down this path with these people? Are you going to stay with these people? Is this who you are? Does this represent you as a person? You have lost. I'm telling you, millions of voters. They're never going to vote for you after this. So laugh it up, celebrate. You're celebrating the death of your party. The death of you having any political power is what you're celebrating. Congratulations, retard. I hope you like living under Christian Republican rule for the rest of your life. Hope you enjoy it. And when the Republicans overstep and they do things, hey, don't cry about it. Don't cry about it. You worked your ass off to destroy the only other party that had any chance of winning an election. You did that. We will live under one-party rule for a long time. And who can blame us? Who can blame us for voting Republican at this point? What choice do we have? The other side does not want to convert me. It can't convert me. It can't argue. It can't prove me wrong. It doesn't want to prove me wrong. It wants me to die. They've given up on trying to prove anybody wrong. To just kill you. Just die. If you're dead, they don't got to argue with you no more. It's sad, but it's true. I know people don't like hearing it, but that's the cold, hard truth. I don't give a fuck if you don't like it or not. I don't like it either. I try to be friends with so many of these leftist people, but I've realized over the years, like, they see me as this horrible human being. No matter how much I've helped them, no matter the things I've done for them, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Nothing overrules politics to these people. You support Trump, you're evil, you're fucked up. Now, they can't explain why, what you did that's so bad, but, oh, you want to deport people. Yeah, I want to deport illegal aliens. You want to kill people. We're not even remotely similar. They consider putting a guy on a plane and deporting him to his country, they consider that violence. But they don't consider shooting a man in the head violence. This is what we're dealing with here. If you said the N-word, they consider that more offensive than murdering a guy. These are the minds you're dealing with right now. These are the people you're dealing with. You're trying to bait them. You're trying to just find common ground with these people. It's like the time I told Junie, I go, I'm agreeing with you. And he's like, I don't want you to agree with me. I don't want to agree with you. That told me everything I need to know. He doesn't want to find common ground with me about anything. He has called me an extremist so many times. That's how he views me. So he must want me to be executed too. He was so happy about Joe Biden coming out there and calling half the country violent extremists. He thought that was great. When I was telling him that's awful that the president did that. But then when Trump turns around and says these leftists, man, they're out of control. Oh, it's so offensive. But you all didn't take offense when Biden did it to us. What did I ever do or say to be called and labeled a violent extremist? Nothing. But you can shoot a man in the head and then celebrate it, and I can't call you a violent, radical extremist? Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I'm an extremist for thinking men can't turn themselves into women. That makes me extreme. No, that makes me a normal person. I'm normal. You're nuts. You can keep trying to make me feel like I'm crazy and I've lost my mind. No, I'm just a normal person who sees the madness and says, no, I don't want to be a part of it. I reject it. 10 years of people trying to convince me that I've lost my mind as I watch them descend further and further into fucking insanity. Tell me I don't believe in science and then turn around and tell me that a man can turn himself into a woman through surgery. What is the science in that? Fucking absurd. "10 years of retarded lunatics trying to convince you that you're the retarded lunatic." Hilarious. It's never going to work, guys. You can keep on trying. It's never going to work. I know how normal I am. I don't have extremist beliefs. I mean, it's crazy to kill a guy and then lecture the other side on violence. That's just crazy to me. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Where's the accountability? Where's the apologies for putting a target on everybody's back that doesn't agree with you, so you put a target on our backs? Well, nobody's going to kill you. That's not the point. Stupid fuck. It's not the point. This is one of the big reasons that I decided not to grow my channel. Because I've seen how violent you all are. So the bigger I get, I'm just putting a target on my back. That's all I'm doing. If Charlie Kirk has a target on his back for the things he says, imagine me with a large following and the things I say. Charlie Kirk was killed, it seems, primarily due to the things he said about transgenders. Imagine what they would do to me for what I've said. So it goes against my interest to vote Democrat. It goes against my interest to support any of it. Don't you realize that? You have made it clear to me that I'm your enemy. You said that. You made that clear. And then you wonder why I don't support you? It's fucking insane. Look in the fucking mirror. You fucking dweebs. Take a look at yourselves. And the way you act, the way you talk to people. Why would anyone side with you? You think you're going to intimidate and bully everybody to side with you? That's what you seem to think. I'll just bully everybody and threaten everybody till they do as I say and believe what I say. You're nuts. You're going to find out that this is America and the American people are going to reject that bullshit. So keep on. That's not going to fly in this country. This country full of people who want to be left alone and live their lives and not be told what to do. They're not going to be fucking intimidated by you and bullied into submission. You killed somebody. No, you're just going to piss people off. Don't you get that? This is America. We're not going to grovel to you. We're going to get fucking pissed and we're going to vote you out of power completely. What do you think? You're going to just keep getting violent? And then what's going to happen? Civil war? You think you're going to win that? There's no scenario where you win any of it. You're not going to win. Wake up. You can't win politically. You can't win. If you just keep getting violent, you're not going to win. You're not going to win a civil war. What's wrong with these people that they want a civil war? Have you seen pictures of these people? Have you seen these redneck hillbillies? That's who you're going to fight? Are you insane? You're insane. You're not fighting me. Wake up. You're going to fight Billy Bob and the boys. Billy Bob and the boys with the pickup trucks and the tractors and the dirt bikes and the shotguns and the ARs. You're not fighting Smokey. Smokey's going to be locked inside his home. You're going to have to fight Billy Bob and the boys. And if you think you can handle Billy Bob and the boys, let me tell you, you can't. You can't handle Billy Bob and his boys. No, you can't. No, you can't. You liberals need to get a reality check here. What's wrong with you? You think you're going to be fighting me? Billy Bob and the boys. That's who you fight. That's who's going to be riding around in the pickup trucks. Not me. Wake up, liberal. I'm the guy trying to talk sense and save you from this future that you want to be in so bad, where the country descends into chaos because you keep killing people and you spark unrest in the nation. Now, Smokey Dog is going to lock his front door and call out of work that day. Billy Bob and the boys are getting in the pickup truck and they're putting the American flag on the back and the Trump flag on the back, and they're driving around town. Smokey Dog ain't going to be in that truck. You might want to go take a look at Billy Bob and the boys. You might want to go look at them. Bunch of drunk hillbillies pissed the fuck off in a nation that has descended into chaos because liberals can't stop killing people. And so now Billy Bob and the boys, the police have been overran by the liberal madness. Now Billy Bob and the boys are driving around in the pickups. And when I hear about Billy Bob and the boys driving around, I'm locking the door. You ain't gonna see me for a while. I'm gonna be inside with the door locked. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't say I didn't try to tell you. As I've told Junie for years, I'm not the extremist. I'm not the dangerous. I'm not violent. But there are people on both sides who are. And if the violent people on the left fight the violent people on the right, the violent people on the right are going to win. You understand this? You cannot be so delusional that you think otherwise. Therefore, if you're a liberal, why would you be pushing for that? Why would you be pushing for violence? Knowing you cannot win that. Yes, I know you cannot win the war of ideas. I understand that. But you have a better chance of winning war of ideas than you do an actual war. Take your chances in the war of ideas. Because the violent war, you're not winning that. Billy Bob and the boys, you're not beating them. You're not beating them. You ever seen Dawn of the Dead? The original Dawn of the Dead Dawn of the Dead and Night of the Living Dead, where at the end of the movie, the hillbillies come through and kill all the zombies, and they're drinking, and they're hanging zombies off trees and using them as target practice and shit. Don't fuck with these redneck people, man. Don't try to start shit with them. You're not winning that. They're nuts. They're nuts and they have a lot of guns. It's just fascinating to me to see so many liberals want it. They want it. They're cheering on Luigi. They're cheering on the guy that shot Charlie Kirk. And they know not what they do. They just don't know how bad it could get. And anyone that tries to tell them, they mock them and shit. Oh, you crying? Like, nobody's crying. What are you talking about? God forbid you cry after seeing a man executed on video. God forbid that you show any emotion whatsoever. Yeah, that's something to make fun of. Make fun of me for being a decent person. Oh, man, you got me. You got me. Even Jesse Lee Peterson said that he shed a tear. And Jesse Lee Peterson never cries. What's that tell you? How sad it was. A decent man murdered. Just because you didn't agree with the things he said does not make him a bad person. You realize that, right? Just because you don't agree with some of the things he said doesn't mean he's an evil person. What actions has he committed that's so evil? Oh, getting Trump elected? See, this is a problem. This is the fucking problem with these people, the way they think. Getting Trump elected is an evil, violent act to them, so it gives them justification to commit violence back. How can you deal with that mindset? That mindset is insane. What I've realized about all this over the last couple of years is you can have all these beliefs and all these principles, and you can hold them dear in your heart. But you live life and you see things and you start to realize that everything's not about principles and beliefs, that sometimes it's like your survival is on the line. You know, I was thinking the other day, I was like, I don't agree with re-educating people, but what do you do with these people? What do you do with people who are thinking like this, cheering on violence? It makes me have uncomfortable thoughts, like, and that's what happens. That's what happens in society. That's how things turn, where it's like, no, people should be able to believe what they want, and then you see things, you experience things, and you're like, oh, some ideas are actually really dangerous. People get killed over it, and what do you do about that? You re-educate these people? What do you do with these people who are living in another reality, and in their reality, they have a right to be violent towards you? People keep bringing up freedom and the Constitution and freedom of speech. It's like, once again, I support freedom of speech, but the fuck is this? You're harassing the guy's widow? Like, that's not free speech. What is that? That's free speech? That's what we're defending? And shit like that is how you lose free speech. That's how you lose it. When you cause good, decent people who support free speech to start going, maybe there are limits to it. That's how you lose it. When you've even got somebody like me who's always defended free speech starting to go, maybe there are some limits to this. Because this is crazy what I'm seeing. This is insanity, the way they're acting, the things they're saying. It's crazy. And yeah, you have the right to say it, but Jesus, man. I think people have a right not to be around you after you say it. What don't we have freedom to be away from you after you tell us that you support murdering people? I don't want to be around you. And we don't know what to do. You understand? We don't know what to do. We're not violent. We don't want to hurt you. We try to debate you. We think if we can just debate you and we can convince you that you're wrong, and we have all our evidence and we show it to you, and it does nothing. It does nothing. What do we do? What do we do? What are we supposed to do with you? Because it's not just, well, believe what you want, who cares? No, you're killing people over it. So this is not just, well, you can believe what you want, who cares, be dumb, whatever. No, you're killing us now because we don't agree with you. Your influencers are getting on their live streams calling for us to be killed, calling for kill us so you can intimidate them so they'll shut up. That's the reason they shot Charlie Kirk, because they think it's going to cause us all to shut the fuck up. They're going to find out that it's not true. They're going to find out we're all not cowards like them. You created thousands of Charlie Kirks, thousands of young men who looked up to Charlie Kirk and liked him. You just pissed them the fuck off. Now they're going to pick up the mantle. That's all you did. Put aside the emotion and just look at it purely from politics. It's the biggest political blunder I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anything like it. We're in uncharted territory. I'm 38 years old. I've been into politics since I was like 13. I've never seen anything like this, where they kill a right-wing guy. Then they try to blame the right-wingers. And then they're like celebrating it, while at the same time saying they're not. They're celebrating it, trying to blame Republicans, saying they did. It's just, and the news people are like telling the sloppiest lies I've ever seen. Normally, if we were in normal times, I would expect the Democrats and Republicans to come together and show unity. Maybe not the people, the citizens, but the politicians, the celebrities and things. That's what I would expect to see. Everyone come together and say, hey, this has no place in our country. But it's not what we're seeing. It's like there's a bunch of people making excuses for it. Celebrities and shit. There's people that are just justifying it. Well, he said this and he said that. Like, do you not understand how crazy it is for this guy to get murdered and you to start putting quotes of things he said up? Who cares what he said? I don't care if he said the N-word every fucking day. I don't care if he started every one of his little college speech things with the N-word. I don't care. You don't get to kill him. This is very simple. It doesn't matter what he said. You don't get to kill him. Very simple. Anyone who argues otherwise is a piece of shit. Get the fuck away from me. I have nothing to say to you. You're a clown. Quit trying to justify this bullshit. Quit trying to justify killing a father and a husband. Charlie Kirk had no criminal record. There's no crazy stories about he raped somebody, or it's just a decent man who thinks differently than you and is willing to debate you on the differences and try to find some common ground with you. And you shot him over it. And what that said to everybody else is, well, no point in debating these people anymore. They don't want to debate. They just want to kill you. What's the debate? As if debating ever done anything. Like I said, you debate them. The next day, they come in with the same argument that you already debunked, and they come with it again and again and again. I don't get it. Do they forget about it? Too much weed? I don't know what it is. There's tons of clips on social media of Hassan calling for violence against Republicans. He should be deported from this country. What did Marco Rubio say? He said, if you're here on a visa and you're celebrating this, you're getting deported. Why isn't Hassan deported? Why isn't Destiny facing charges for inciting violence? There's tons of clips of him inciting violence. You're telling me you can go on your live stream and call for violence and you don't get banned, you don't get arrested? Does that make any sense? And I'm not saying this like, well, he called for violence. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not taking it out of context. I'm telling you, if you type Destiny's name in X, search, you're going to find these videos come up of him calling for violence. Clear as day. There's no beating around the bush. I'm not saying that because he's a liberal and I want him silenced. No. The Young Turk people, they use horrible rhetoric, call people Nazis. But they have never called for killing someone, as far as I know. Destiny has. Hassan has. The clips are there. You can see them yourself. He needs to be arrested for it. I'm not saying put him away for life, but there needs to be consequences for this bullshit. If you don't want things to get worse in this country, then this needs to be dealt with now in a legal way. Use the full extent of the law to deal with this. It's just like Nick Flint has said. If you don't deal with this using the power of the government, the power of the legal system, this is only going to get worse. It's only going to spiral out of control because you're going to have more violence from the left, and you may even have some violence from the right because things are spiraling out of control. I mean, what are you going to do? I worry about that every day. I get up every day and I'm like, oh God, I hope I don't get on here and some right-winger has took revenge, because that's not good. I disavow that before it even happens. And fuck the guy who does it and execute that guy. We call out our violent lunatics before they even commit the violence. You see the difference? We denounce them before it even happens. We call them faggots before they ever do it. We say, hey, faggot, if you do it, you're a faggot. I don't like you. You're no fan of mine. Nick Flint has said, I disavow you. If you go out and try to commit violence in my name, I disavow you. I disown you. And then they try to blame Nick. Try to say he did it because he had disagreements with Charlie Kirk. Well, he was so fake. Now he's acting like he loved Charlie Kirk. No, he's not. I listened to that live stream, and I thought it was I'm not even a Nick Flint's fan, but I left that live stream and feeling very different about Nick Flint's after watching that. Because I thought everything he said was I thought he was very mature. I thought the things he said was very mature. It was the right thing to say. I was expecting Nick Flint's to really feed into the anger, and he didn't. He tried to calm everybody down. And that's the opposite of what I've been told. You know, everybody knows I was not a Nick Flint's fan, but there are consequences for your actions, liberal. And what you've done is you caused a lot of people, after you killed Charlie Kirk, to go watch Nick Flint's stream, and they realize you guys kind of be lying about him. You be smearing him. He didn't sound... I mean, he wasn't calling for violence at all. He was calling for the opposite. He said, turn in your sword for a cloak. He said, don't get violent, because Nick gets it. Nick understands that if we get violent, we lose. They use it against us in the political realm, and we can beat these people politically. We don't need that. We can beat them at the voting booth. We can beat them in the debate stage. We beat them in all these areas. We get violent, and they gain ground. That's all. That helps them. That's all it does. I know people's angry. I get it. I'm pissed off too, but understand that killing Charlie Kirk secured the midterms. And know that Charlie Kirk would tell you the same thing. He would say, we're going to beat them in the midterms. We're going to win 2028. Don't get violent. That's what he would say. He would not be calling for violence. And if the man that was shot wouldn't call for it, then you have no right to either. Honor the guy's memory. Don't do things that he wouldn't want you to do. Don't squander all the ground. He dies in vain if you get violent. If you don't get violent, we win the midterms. We win 2028. He doesn't die in vain. His death leads to total defeat of the left. And that's the best you can do for that guy. That's your revenge. Your children get to grow up in a decent country, not ran by lunatic liberals. That's your victory. Nick Flint, I'm telling you, go watch that Nick Fuentes stream that he did after Charlie Kirk died. I'm telling you. You know I'm not a Nick Fuentes fan, but I'm telling you, that was a great stream. He said a lot of deep shit. I really expected some else. I really expected Nick to be like pushing violence, to be put, because that's what I was led to believe about the guy. And then I watched it and I said, I've been lied to about this guy. Even me. Even I'm still falling for the psyops. They're getting me with the out of context clips and things. Then you go watch the whole stream and you're like, wait a minute. This is the violent extremist guy. He's telling people not to get violent. He's denouncing the violence. He's saying, if you get violent and you're one of my fans, go fuck yourself. I mean, this is the extremist? This is the guy we're all supposed to be afraid of? What? And he said, I didn't agree with Charlie Kirk. We had our differences, but he didn't deserve that. And the liberals can't even. There's so many, not just liberals, there's people on the right that are so gone, bro. This isn't just a leftist problem, for real. There are people on the right that are gone. They're gone. They're just gone. The things they say, the way they talk, it's just like, dude, you're like, you're kind of lost. Because they're like, well, Nick's only saying all this because he's trying to steal Charlie Kirk's fans. I'm like, maybe Nick just got traumatized like the rest of us, and it made him rethink some of the things he said. And just because Nick said, mean shit about Charlie Kirk doesn't mean he wanted him to die. This idea that these two men had disagreements with each other and didn't like each other, but you see this guy show compassion and be like, oh, it's really fucked up thing to see, and I feel bad for him and his family. And it's fake. He's doing that to still. It's just like, man, it just sounds so dumb, dude. That's the way you see the world. Everyone has an ulterior motive. Everyone, it's just, man, that has to be exhausting. And the reason they're doing that is because everything he said was spot on and they can't stand it. He even said his rhetoric sometimes. He even said, everybody gets out of hand sometimes. Everybody gets heated and says things they shouldn't have said. And he was like, it needs to stop. That's the extremist. That's the right-wing extremist guy who said we all need to stop. We all need to denounce violence. But these people see words as violence. Nick Flint has said mean things about me, so he's violent. That's not violence. What you did to Charlie Kirk is violence. But this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who think the things you say are violent, and that justifies them using real violence against you. That's what we have to deal with. You can't debate these people. They don't, How can you debate a guy who wants to murder you? People blame Israel for everything. Hell. If it started raining, some guy if he was walking down the street and it started raining on him, he'd blame the Jews. He'd say the Jews are manipulating the weather to rain on me. Some of these people have lost their mind. They've gone mad. There's nothing they won't blame on Israel. There's nothing. Well, Israel was pissed at Charlie Kirk. There's just no logic in it. You know how many people are critical of Israel way harder than Charlie Kirk? Why don't Israel kill them? Why would they kill a guy that's for the most part, an ally. Yeah, he was asking some questions or whatever, but for the most part, he's on your side. Why would you kill him and not all these other people that are just as influential and they hate Israel and talk shit? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'm big on things making sense if I'm going to believe it. It's got to make sense. Yes, I know they can. I know they can create rain. Yes, I know all about it. It doesn't mean Israel killed him because he lost Israeli donors. It doesn't mean Israel killed him. It's just crazy. He was killed by some leftist psycho fucking trans lover guy. And it's looking like the evidence is pointing to like perhaps some type of transgender terrorist group or something. There's a lot going on, man. A lot of shit I've been reading about. See, when you killed Charlie Kirk, you didn't think about the aftermath. You never do, but you know, the right wing has a lot of hackers and shit. The right wing has a lot of successful like coders and people like that, and they're mad, bro. The hackers are pissed. The hackers are fucking going after all of you liberals. You say anything negative about Charlie Kirk and you celebrate the death, the hackers hunting you down. There's this guy I follow on Twitter. He's been hunting them down since it happened. And they said they were going to dox him. You know, he's one of these anonymous guys. They're talking about doxing him. And he said, I'm just going to put my identity out there. I'm not afraid of you motherfucking fags. People are pissed. People are tired of your intimidation tactics and your bullshit. That's true. We got God on our side. They have the devil. It's a cultural rot, man. Cultural rot. I mean, look at Bill Burr. Bill Burr, one of the biggest comedians in the country, was like celebrating when that CEO got shot, making jokes about it, acting like it was cool or whatever, saying free Luigi. That's cultural rot, man. When a celebrity feels comfortable celebrating murder, cold-blooded murder, you have a problem. And it's on the left. This is on the left. Please point to me where it's on the right. Well, Don Jr. made fun of Nancy Pelosi's husband getting hit with a hammer. Nancy Pelosi's husband is not dead. Nancy Pelosi's husband was not attacked by a MAGA guy. And Don Jr. is wrong for making fun of it. What is so hard about this? Does John Jr. being a piece of shit justify you being one? Is that what you're saying to me? This is the argument they were having on Piers Morgan with Destiny. It's like Destiny kept saying, well, Trump doesn't do this. And they're all like, does Trump? So Trump is like, Anna Kasparian was going off on Destiny. You could see the disgust in her face. She was disgusted by him. Sickened by him. He was saying horrible shit. Well, Trump doesn't do this, and they're all like, well, so your morals are dictated by Donald Trump? Like, what? And Piers Morgan, everyone kept trying to explain it to him, like, just because what Donald Trump does doesn't have any impact on what you do or how you act. And you're acting worse than Donald Trump. That's the funny part. Like, you're criticizing Trump. When did Trump dance on a grave? Well, he danced on the Iranian general's grave. Oh, yeah. That'd be some liberal point they'd make. Well, what about that Iranian general? What about the drug cartel boats and shit? These motherfuckers cried over a drug cartel boat getting bombed, but they celebrate Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck. These people are fucked up. They're insane. You cannot prove me wrong on this. You can't. None of you can. I got too much evidence on my side that you're crazy. Take Junie, for example. It's a cultural rot. You take a guy like Junie, who once told me that he worships Satan. He's like, I'm a member of the Church of Satan. And he was like, well, I'm just trolling. It's just funny. And I just, I always think about that. Like, what is so funny about pretending to worship Satan? And I understand you don't believe in God and Satan and all that, which makes it even weirder that you're pretending to worship Satan. Why would you worship Satan? Even jokingly. This doesn't make any sense. It's the weirdest shit. But they think it's like funny to like pretend to worship the devil and celebrate murderers. Something's wrong with them. Imagine being a grown man in your 30s telling other grown men that you carry around a card in your wallet that says you're a member of the Church of Satan. He took a picture of it and showed it to us and was like, look at, yeah, I'm proud of it. Like, what? Like, I know some atheists. They don't do that. Like, it's just weird. It's a weird thing to do. I'm an atheist, but I pretend to worship the devil. Like, what? I carry a Church of Satan card in my wallet. Like, huh? You're 37 years old or something? Like, what are you doing? And then you talk to him and he shares all these awful beliefs and ideas, and you're like, I don't know if you're pretending to worship Satan, man. Maybe you actually do. Like, you put it all together, it's like the picture is clear. Just know they're only going to get worse. Pray right-wing people don't do something in retaliation. Because I'm telling you, the liberals ain't going to stop. They're not going to stop. Great joke, guy. You're an adult. You sure showed us. You people are children, bro. And you think you children can tell me anything. You can't tell me nothing. Because you're little kids. Think like little kids, act like little kids. Hell, little kids got more sense than you, let's be honest. They got more sense than you. They're more decent than you. T West, you getting on gears? Who's getting on gears? Should I get out of bed and get on, or should I just say fuck it, go to bed? What should I do? Thanks for the $5. What's it like being a loser, though? An edgy loser. I bet it's lonely, ain't it? It's going to get a lot lonelier for you, for people like you. You idiots don't even realize that you're only hurting yourself. You're only hurting your party. You think it bothers me, the things you say, but I enjoy you saying that. I've made it very clear for years that I want to defeat your party. I want to see it go extinct. I don't want a single Democrat to have any position of power in this entire country. And you doing that helps realize that dream. So I say keep on celebrating. Keep on making fools of yourself. Keep on. And when J.D. Vance is your president and you're wondering how it happened, I want you to remember today that $5 you sent, those jokes you made. It was so funny, wasn't it? Real funny. Well, I got a joke too. It's called President J.D. Vance. It's going to be real funny, ain't it? Gonna be real funny, ain't it? Yeah, go ahead and hit it if you want. Or don't. It's a free country. Do what you want. I better get off here, though. Go do something else. I guess nobody's getting on gears, are they? Bunch of nerds. Bunch of nerds. Hopefully wake up tomorrow and see some people getting arrested. Lock some of these fucking violent lunatics up. You don't get to sit on your live stream and push for violence. No, you don't. Put a stop to this. You know, all you people getting regular people fired from their jobs and shit, why don't you go and get Hassan banned off Twitch? Why don't you get him deported? Why don't you keep bitching at Trump until Trump does something about it? Why don't you direct your energy to the people who are inciting all of this and pushing all these lies? And let's see them get held accountable. Finally. Banned from your precious little stream. They can go stream on Blue Sky. I love that Elon's going after Destiny too. I love that. This is why I like Elon. This is why I said, I get you want to criticize Elon, but he's on our side more than he ain't. Elon was like, Destiny needs to go to prison. I'm like, fuck yeah, that's what we need. Somebody with a big following to say it. Who's bigger than Elon on there? He runs the whole site. Elon, put it at the very top of the site. Arrest Destiny. Put it on bold letters at the top. So everybody that logs in the app has to read it. And put the clip of him and the things he said right there. See, if I own fucking X, that's the shit I'd be doing. I'd have Destiny's clip pop up on everybody's fucking timeline. Be the first thing you saw, him calling for violence. And fuck all these right-wing people who want to keep having infighting and shit, want to keep arguing with it. I mean, they don't, if they can't read the room, I mean, what in the world is wrong with some of them? Getting right back to attacking people on their own side. You're in danger, guy. Fucking fighting with Nick Fuentes instead of uniting together against a common threat. Because you're dumb. You're dumb. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Liberals are sitting on blue sky making a kill list about who needs it. Matt Walsh and all these people, Joe Rogan, all these people they're naming. They're naming all kinds of people they want to kill. It's all over fucking blue sky. The liberal app. The fake liberal Twitter where all the liberals fled when Elon took over. They're sitting on that app talking about who should die next. Crazy. And it's weird because I can't remember ever seeing a right-wing person talk about a leftist needs to be killed. I don't see that. I don't see right-wing people sitting around talking about, well, we got to kill this person or kill that. I don't ever see it. I see leftists doing it all the time, though. Weird. That's weird, ain't it? The right wing is supposedly more violent, but everything you see with your eyes, all data, statistics point to the left being violent. In fact, the left is so violent and the right is so not violent that the left has to make up statistics. They have to take leftist violence and pretend it's right-wing violence in their study to sway the statistics. And it's all provable. I could show you the Twitter thread that breaks it all down and goes over all this shit. All that shit's debunked. Your party is the violent one, not Republicans. Just own it, man. Quit trying to gaslight everybody. It's like them saying, well, Chicago, it doesn't have crime. Chicago's fine. And everybody knows that's bullshit. Everybody can see the news reports every weekend come out of Chicago. You got tons of people that live in Chicago say it's full of crime and gangs and shit. It's a mess. But they just lie and pretend. Oh, no, it's fine. Oh, no, the shooter was MAGA. This is what these people do. Is just make shit up. They just lie about it. Right-wing people try to, have some evidence to support their argument, some facts. Not liberals. Not a liberal. They move the goalpost on you. You prove them wrong, they move the goalpost and pretend you was arguing about something else. Do it all the time. Parr did it today. Oh, the FBI wasn't involved in that. Yes, it was. Then he moves the goalpost. Starts arguing something I never even argued in the first place. Crazy. They can never just admit they're wrong. They can never just say, well, I was wrong about that. You proved me wrong. No. There's always a but. There's always, but it's different or whatever stupid shit they say. Sick of it. Sick of that bullshit. No, you can't be a good person and a leftist. You can't. What a mess. I'm bored, though. I'm going to get off and do something else. I'm bored rambling on. These nerds don't listen. One day they'll look back and wish they would have listened to me. It'll be too late then. I could be shot dead. They'd say I deserved it. They'd be pulling up clips of me. They'd say, look, he said this and he said that. I'm supposed to side with these people after seeing their true colors? No thanks. Yeah, I'll get on gears. Why not? Why not? Right, I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna hop in the voice chat on Discord. If some nerd would like to argue with me, feel free.